Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's a lovely Wednesday evening. Hope you're having a great one. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Bojinodu, Yemo Night, for liking the live. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. There's a gentleman who I saw earlier also liking. I can't see your name now because it's lost. Okay, gone, but thank you. I really do. It's Jai. I see it now. It's Jai. Thank you. Thank you for letting us to 9.1k likes. Ibo Junado Ekugbadun Oshedadalewa. Awesome. Good to be here. Thank you very much for your support. And if you're on TikTok, please let's join this gentleman to power tap and also share the live. These things help us to get to the FYP. Also, click on the heart icon above here. We've not been having I think the number has reduced, so let's get it up today. Please click on the heart icon here and help push, drop a gift, drop a heart me, all these things. Of course, it helps push the live to the FYP. So let's do that together. Okay. Awesome. Just going to check to be sure we're good on all platforms, and then we'll get into the conversation for today. Of course, we begin with the news, and then we'll get into a couple of matters arising. Just in case I think it's Shaya West who is very keen on the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land. We're still on it, so when we talk about matters arising, we're going to visit some things in that series. So we're still there, one way or another. Okay. Awesome. Okay, I think we're good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a brighter day. I have a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good day. Good night. Awesome. Okay, so thank you very much for power tapping. I see we're on 10.3. We're at 10.3k likes now on TikTok, and I want to celebrate those of you who have helped to make this happen. Thank you very much. All right. Please, as you join, can you like and share? Want to get the numbers up? Want to get folks in here? Want TikTok to push the live to the FYP? Oh, there's a little issue here. TikTok is having a little issue. It's going to be fine, sure. Where to begin? The news. And of course, that'll be starting with the ruckus generated by Aliko Dangote's move as far as the MD of NMPDRA is concerned. I'm one of the people, I'm sure we've done this before. I'm one of those, let me finish that thought. I'm one of those who like to discuss causes rather than effects, because it helps me to understand the crux of the matter and also to get to the bottom of it. So that way, we're not just talking about the things that everybody's talking about. So see what is happening. We want to know why it's happening. And there's a video I happen upon, which I believe most likely is the beginning of this old wahala or brouhaha between the president of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, and the MD of NMPDRA, engineer Farouk Ahmed. So we're going to start there today. We'll go on from there. Orire M. Bravo, good to see you. Ẹ kú ọjọ́ mẹ́ta ó tó ṣé kò tí fẹ́ tọ́dún mẹ́ta báyìí? I'm glad to see you. Thank you for joining us. Good to have you here today. It's been a minute. Okay. By the way, we have these sessions 4 p.m. now, just in case, because I know a lot of people still don't know that we changed the time. But 4 p.m. if your time was African time, every weekday, Monday to Friday. So we're here today, we'll be here tomorrow, we'll be on Friday. And we're in when the season, it's the season now. Things are, I mean, you can see the cowbells are ringing. People are beginning to have carol services and carol events, and yeah. Jogogo Mawa change. Oh yeah, Mawa day. That would be nice. All right. So, like I said, let us start with the video that I think, I mean, gives us an idea what caused this whole ruckus, and I think it's important to begin here so that we can understand what's been happening so far. Then from there, we'll go into what Aliko Dangote has done in the past couple of days. All right, so here is the MD of NMPDRA, Farouk Ahmed, speaking on Dangote's product, and I think this is probably where the whole thing started. Take a listen, please.
The claims by some media houses supply of petroleum products nationwide, and the claims by some media houses that were trying to scuttle Dangote refinery. That is not so. Dangote refinery is still in the pre-commissioning stage. It has not been licensed yet. We haven't licensed them yet. They are still in pre-commissioning. I think they're about 45% completion rather. So we cannot rely heavily on one refinery to feed the nation, because the Dangote is requesting that we should suspend or stop all importation of petroleum products, especially AGO and jet kero, and direct all marketers to the refinery. That is not good for the nation in terms of energy security, and that is not good for markets because of monopoly. So in terms of quality, currently the AGO quality in terms of sulfur is the lowest as far as West African requirement of 50 ppm. Dangote refinery, as well as some modular refineries, like Walter Smith refinery, Arada refinery, they're producing between 650 to 1,200 ppm. So in terms of quality, their quality is much, much inferior to the imported quality.
So that Dangote's product. So that was Farouk saying that Dangote's product was of inferior quality, and this, I mean, it's possible. I mean, most likely this would be the beginning of the whole thing, because at this point, all gloves began to go off, and now I think they are totally off. Of course, the idea basically is that is questioning the standard or the product, and this was before Dangote then invited the media to his laboratory and told them that the NMDPRA that's saying that the quality is lower doesn't even have anything to test quality, which is quite interesting. But we're going to go to what he is saying in recent times. That's Dangote himself. But let me just read this before let me read something here from think this is Miniko. That's the person's name. It says, Aliko Dangote is clearly not the villain in this story. A lot has happened prior to this. This is from Miniko the Third on X. It says, Farouk has been driving this conflict since last year through a series of questionable and diabolical actions. Number one, circulated false claims about the quality of Dangote-produced fuel. Number two, publicly and inaccurately stated that the refinery was less than 50% complete. Number three, released misleading reports on daily fuel output by citing only volumes purchased by local marketers, deliberately excluding exports and stored inventory. Number four, repeatedly refused on-site inspections of the refinery, despite multiple formal invitations to verify production figures. Number five, he persisted in publishing Nigeria's daily fuel consumption figures without any transparent, verifiable, or auditable scientific basis. Person's perspective on the whole matter. Remy Guy, good afternoon, sir. Good to see you. Ẹkáàbọ. So that's a person's perspective. Shall I call it a field going on between Alhaji Aliko Dangote and Mr. Farouk Ahmed. There's another Farouk, by the way, but we'll talk about that one later. And of course, you probably must have heard that Dangote went ahead yesterday to publish the names of Engineer Farouk's children and the cost of their education in Switzerland. Even mentioned the names of the schools that the kids attended or attend, and also that one of them is I think finished from Harvard, and also mentioned the cost of that kind of education. Essentially, is going all out and is about. I'm going to read about that much later. Let me read something from the cable. It says Dangote's public spat with NMDPRA is not new, but this time the industrialists are stepped a notch higher, accusing his chief executive of monumental corruption. He's not only fighting the oil mafia, but he's up against the president's family. Wale Tinubu, President Tinubu's cousin, is one of Nigeria's major fuel importers. His company, Oando PLC, posted a 44% increase in revenue to 4.1 trillion naira and 220 billion naira profit after tax in 2024. Although Oando reported that its refined product volumes had declined by 64% to 599 kmt due to shifts in Nigeria's domestic supply framework, the company would not abandon the line of business just yet. Oando is not the only fuel importer. Others are NIPCO, Bovas Oil, Eternal Oil, AA Rano, NNPC, and a host of others. That's from Etim, and it's right here in the cable. You can read more of that later. But yeah, he put this out on a number of newspapers, major newspapers yesterday. Allegation: Engineer Farouk Ahmed, Authority Chief Executive, Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority (NMDPRA), allegedly spent over $5 million on his 4 children's foreign secondary education in Switzerland, and Dangote just went all in. He went all in. Names of the children, names of the secondary school attended, duration, estimated secondary education cost, tertiary education fee for children. Oh boy. And then he signed it with his full chest. Signed Aliko Dangote. Right, I've seen the Nation, it was published in the Nation, it was also published in Nigerian Tribune. Alhaji is, he's going all in, and I wish him all the best, because I think, some ways, I think this is actually not too bad for Nigeria. It's quite nice to see this happen. I think it's going to benefit us at the end of the day. But let's take a listen to the man himself, the man in the... Is it the one in the eye of the storm, or the one who is engineering the storm? This is Alhaji Aliko Dangote. Take a listen to him.
Na faɗa shi ne shi wanda yake akan jagoran wannan Nigerian Midstream su masu regulator namu ya kai 'ya'yansa makaranta ƙasar waje a Switzerland, kuma a shekara 6 da suka yi su 4 abin da ya biya shi ne $1 miliyan.
Actually, in this video, he spoke Hausa. I'm not sure many people here.
Kaga ko mutumin da yake ɗaukan albashi.
Essentially, he said it is Farouk's dad that paid, said if it is Farouk's dad that paid the $5 million, Farouk should come and defend it. He also said he knows Farouk's daddy is not a businessman. So in conclusion, the whole family could not afford, sending the kids to jail. 1 second. 1 second. Sorry about that.
ai dole ne haka saboda in ban yi haka ba ai ba zan rayu ba saboda sun batsa cewa lalle sai sun ce wannan ma'aikata ta mu.
So that was an interview conducted in Hausa. The channel is RFI Hausa, and essentially what he's saying basically is that there is no way on earth that a civil servant will be able to afford to send their kids to the kind of schools that he mentioned in Switzerland.
Wannan haka na yi wannan din
all gloves are off. Absolutely. I don't think this man really cares at this point.
Jagoran wannan Nigerian midstream su
I'd like to
masu
play
regulator
something from the TUC president, who is also an energy expert on the Dangote and BTR boss saga. The person's name is Peter Esele. Again, he's a former TUC president and he's also an energy expert. He was on Channels TV. And weighing on this matter. Please take a listen.
So na san cewa akwai da abin da na faɗa shine shi
Please also partake on TikTok. Thank you very much. If you're on YouTube or on Facebook, please like the live and share as well. Thank you. All right, let's take a listen to this.
Now, Dangote has made series of allegations against NMPDR. Now, what Dangote is against is why issued multiple license, and then when you have it in-house, and why don't you strengthen or allow me to run? So what I've seen here is that Dangote refinery is being threatened, and Dangote feels that his business is being undermined by the regulators. That's on one hand. And then on the second hand, Dangote making allegation against the MD of NMP. I think that allegation is something we all need to look at. And I think that's something we should work on. Public officers should be held accountable. We should know how they live their life. We should know their source of livelihood. And once you are a public officer, that invariably means that you have to live within certain parameters, certain means of livelihood. Your earnings should be made public. So on one hand, that will strengthen the system, that will make public officers to be more accountable. So for that, Dangote versus Farouk, I don't see that as something that we should be worried about. It's something that we expect our security agencies and those who are ICPC or whoever to go look at Dangote's allegation and see if it's a fact. And then we'll look at it that, okay, where is he generating his money from? And then when I also saw Dangote talking on TV, the first thing that came to my mind, I said, you see why Dangote actually need Pengassan? Because that what he's doing now is what a Pengassan chairman or a Pengassan president who know that for his members to have their jobs, he have to also defend the company. So the symbiotic relationship between a company survivor and the union's earning capacity are all aligned. So Dangote wouldn't have been doing this, but for you to see Dangote do this himself, you will know that there is fire.
I prefer, if I were Dangote, I would rather do this myself than to work with NMPDRA to carry money, put inside something. Somebody will come and say they want to unionize your workers before you know everything done dabaru. They ask me a question where you don't know. You don't know I raise my money. Oh, can't build the thing finish. You can't tell me say I get right, I get left. No, let him solve his. Excuse me. Let him solve his issues himself. And I like how he's doing it. It's systematic. It's coordinated. It's not haphazard. It's very intentional about the way he's carrying it out. For instance, not only did Dangote publish this man's children's names and the schools they attended and the cost of the education, he went ahead to send a petition to the ICPC, okay, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC. They put out a release yesterday on Tuesday. I'm going to read that release and then we'll listen to Dangote's lawyer. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, writes to confirm that it received a formal petition today, Tuesday, 16th December 2025, from Alhaji Aliko Dangote through his lawyer. The petition is against the CEO of the NMDPRA, Alhaji Farouk Ahmed. The ICPC wishes to state that the petition will be duly investigated. That's from John Oko Ode, the spokesperson for the ICPC. I'm going to read to you what the whole thing is about, but before we get into that, let's listen to Alhaji Dangote's lawyer, who is Ogu Onoja SAN. Take a listen, please.
Okay. We are here to submit a petition, a formal petition against, on behalf of our clients, Dangote Refineries and Petrochemical, against Engineer Farouk Ahmed, the CEO of Downstream Midstream Petroleum Regulatory Agency, the Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Agency, over his excesses that we believe is benefiting unduly from the public. And in the circumstance, we have no choice than to formally present a petition against him. We have evidence. The petition has already been submitted and acknowledged by the ICPC. You can see it from here. Now, we attach evidence of monies that are being expended as school fees for his children in excess of against these excesses of the public officer. It's for the commission to investigate, and if they found that a prima facie case has been established against the said engineer Farouk Ahmed, the formal prosecution will be taken up against him, and the law will take its course. The law is not a respecter of any person, no matter how highly placed. Others cannot be toiling in the country to make a living, while some others are busy grandstanding on frivolous lifestyles. So we have a duty to present that petition, and we've done just that. A witch hunt. The commission was duly established by an act of parliament to investigate issues like this, and the commission, the ICPC, to enable them to investigate this matter. The House of Assembly, the House of Representatives, or whatever, they have their oversight function, and this does not impeach on the credibility of their oversight functions. So if they want to resolve it this way, we have a constitutional responsibility to present a petition against somebody who is a public servant, who is under the rules of the public service rules, and we believe is acting outside the confines of the public service regulation. So the House of Representatives have their right to carry out oversight function in line with Section 88 of the Constitution, which does not in any way affect the rights of the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission to investigate a petition by a citizen, a taxpayer, over a public officer that acting in gross excess of what he's supposed to do as a public officer. Let the commission investigate and tell us what they want to do.
Your name again, please.
My name is Innocent Ado.
Thank you very much.
All right, that was lawyer representing Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals on that particular issue while submitting petition to the ICPC. So I saw this news. This is from News Central. Oil marketers face massive monthly losses of 102 naira 48 kobo in a brutal petrol price war with Dangote Refinery. Petroleum importers and marketers in Nigeria are reeling from substantial financial losses amid an intensifying price war triggered by Dangote Petroleum Refinery's sharp reduction in petrol prices. The refinery slashed its country price from 828 naira per litre to 699 naira per litre. Let me take it slowly. The refinery slashed its country price from 828 naira per litre to 699 naira per litre, forcing competitors to follow suit and resulting in projected monthly losses of up to 102 naira 48 kobo per 102.48 billion naira. I have to take this thing slowly. I think I'm getting very excited. The refinery slashed its country price from 828 naira per litre to 699 naira per litre, forcing competitors to follow suit and resulting in projected monthly losses of up to 102.48 billion naira for importers. Based on daily national consumption of 50 million litres, with importers supplying around 26.48 million litres, the 129 naira per litre price gap translates to daily losses of approximately 3.41 billion naira. Private depots in Lagos have cut prices by about 14%, with examples including reductions from 828 naira to 710 naira per litre, leading to weakened sales, shrinking margins, and potential stock overhang across the supply chain. Importers with undischarged cargoes still on waterways are particularly hard hit, struggling to manage unsold stocks purchased at higher rates. One industry spokesman noted that the severe challenges, stating that those with imported petrol face uncertain prospects in the current market. Retail marketers are also suffering, forced to sell existing stocks bought at around 820 naira per litre below cost, with estimated collective losses exceeding 80 billion naira. Marketers have described the abrupt 129 naira reduction as a big shock, highlighting difficulties in coping with the interconnected impact on filling stations holding large volumes. Industry voices have called for compensation. Industry voices have called for compensation from Dangote Refinery, such as discounts on future purchases, to mitigate the ongoing financial bleeding from selling at reduced rates to remain competitive. That's from News Central, but was published by Imran Mohammed. Let me read some of the comments to you. I won't even say much. Let me just read the comment. This is one comment from a person called Doyle Patton. When price of fuel rose from 200 naira to 500 naira, then close to 1,000 naira in the space of a week, the marketers did not complain of too much gain. In fact, they built more filling station. Greedy set of people. Another one says, when they made unprecedented gains during the fuel subsidy removal announcement in 2023, who complained? They should deal with it now. It is none of our business. That's from Eddie Joe on X. Another person says, it's a competition Nigerians welcome. That's from Sister Liano. And then someone says they should keep fighting as long as the price continues to drop to the benefit of Nigerians. That's Yakubu Tichani. I don't have to say anything. I've read my thoughts from those comments. People were making. May God help all of us, and may we all do well, because this is what I like about this whole thing. I like the competition. Let them fight it to finish and reduce the prices. As long as we can get very good quality at affordable prices, I'm good. I'm not going to complain. So whatever they do, they'll be fine. All right, moving away from, I'm sure you've seen the allegation, right? So we don't have to break everything down, you know. Hopefully that you see it though, but the whole thing about Harvard for the DPRA boss, everybody will be okay. Let's move away from that, but still in government, we're going to talk about what's happening right now with the former Attorney General of the Federation, Malami. He's been in the eye of the storm for a bit, and people are asking different questions about what's going on. But then there's news that I think I should share with everyone. Give me a second, please. But while I sort it out, let me quickly let me find it. I was going to move to something else, but let's just stay with it one by one. I'm around one. So just now. Okay. Great. Malami releases Salami report indicting EFCC chairman. Former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, has released excerpts of the Justice Ayo Salami Judicial Commission of Inquiry report, which he says indict the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukoyede. In a statement issued on Tuesday by Mohammed Bello Doka, his media aide, Malami said Chapter 9 of the Salami report shows a clear conflict of interest that makes the EFCC chairman's continued involvement in matters relating to him untenable. How does this change the fact that Baba Ko Nkoseru? Let me some of the things I've found in the last few days on this Malami issue. Well, not everything, just bits of it. This is from the Cable. How Malami frustrated efforts to get info on $17 million paid to lawyers from Abacha's loot. Okay. This is from the Cable, right? Reporter's Diary. How Malami frustrated efforts to get info on $17 million paid to lawyers from Abacha's loot. On December 5, 2017, the Swiss government announced that it will return to $321 million stolen by Sani Abacha, Nigeria's late military dictator who ruled from 1993 to 1998. The money was part of the billions of dollars allegedly looted during his rule. The repatriation was big news for many who have been following the developments since the return to civilian rule in 1999. But there seemed to be more about this particular $321 million that would now be handled by Abubakar Malami, Nigeria's Minister of Justice and Attorney General under the President Buhari administration. By the way, this is from December 16, 2025, so this is yesterday's news. Just a few days after the announcement by the Swiss government, the Cable Newspaper Journalism Foundation started to track things. The Cable Newspaper Journalism Organization is a part of the Cable Newspaper. Is a non-for-profit organization using the vehicle of journalism to advance transparency and accountability in government. Okay. For context, the federal government had between 2013 and 2014 used the services of Swiss lawyers Enrico Manfrini and Christian Luscher, to recover the stolen funds from Liechtenstein and Luxembourg and domicile the monies with the Attorney General of Switzerland since then. It is important to note that Nigeria also undertook to pay 4% of the recovered Luxembourg assets as professional fees and expenses to the lawyers. In addition to roughly $6.8 million, let's just read it. In addition to roughly $6.8 million in fees to be paid to Manfrini for the Liechtenstein recoveries. Enrico had been hired since 1999 by the then President Olusegun Obasanjo administration to help track stolen monies. Curiously, this is where we're going. Malami again hired 2 Nigerian lawyers to recover the $321 million Enrico had already recovered. Meanwhile, with the fees settled for the Swiss lawyers, all that was left for the money to be returned to Nigeria was for Malami to sign an MOU with the Swiss authorities and commit to an undertaking that the funds will be properly utilized. That's simple, right? On December 22, 2017, the Cable published the first part of the story, which was followed up on for the next 5 years. This part detailed how Malami simply created, quote unquote, created jobs for the newly hired Nigerian lawyers. What it's saying basically is this: there were lawyers who had already been, engaged in Europe to get this thing done, and they had already secured the money. Malami can't get his own lawyer, can't create new jobs for some lawyers, Nigerian lawyers, make them go collect money. The interesting part is that these lawyers, acting on Malami's behalf, would also take at least another 4% as commission and professional fees from the recovered funds. Nigerian lawyers, Oladipo Okwesheyi, a senior advocate, and Temitope Adebayo were engaged in 2016. It is also important to know that Okwesheyi and Adebayo were lawyers to the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC, the legacy party of former President Buhari. Also, Malami was a legal advisor to the CPC. A senior official of the Ministry of Justice then told the Cable that, quote unquote, this is a case of relooting Abacha loot. Sorry, did I go off? Oh, it was frozen. Oh, sorry, that's the app. I've not greeted my YouTube people, by the way. I'll greet you in a bit. Ẹkáàbọ. Oh, you heard? No, you okay? Maybe it's from that person's stuff then. So let's continue with this interesting news. A senior official of the Ministry of Justice, excuse me. Someone says it's a person's network. Maybe. All right, let's go on. Back to the Cable. A senior official of the Ministry of Justice then told the Cable that, quote unquote, this is a case of relooting Abacha loot. A simple letter from the Office of Attorney General of the Federation to the Swiss Attorney General requesting the repatriation of the funds to Nigeria consequent upon the signing of an MOU was all that was required to consummate the deal, the official said. Before the Cable went to press, the newspaper requested under Freedom of Information FOI from the Office of the Attorney General information on the agreements between federal government of Nigeria and the Abachas, which led to the eventual withdrawal of the prosecution of Mohammed Abacha, and why another lawyer was appointed after Mofrini had completed the recovery job. But this thing is long. But it's too long. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this. Let me get you the link. Because of time, we have a lot of things to cover, and this is not our topic. Unless we have to make it our topic, but not yet. I'm going to put it in the Telegram channel. So if you want to read everything, you'll be able to find it there. Bredomi Global on Telegram. Just go to the general, you find this link there. How Malami frustrated efforts to get info on 17 million paid to 17 million paid to lawyers from Abacha's loot. Oh boy, this man has a lot of questions to answer. May God have mercy on him. I hope he has answers, to be honest. I hope he has answers. Another report from Cable. Prof, let's make it our topic, please. Okay, I'll come back to it then. Or should I just continue? I should continue. Okay, let's do like this. Let's come back to it. Sorry, my bad. Now, why are you shooting? When you didn't rate us, I am sorry, Dexter 9459. Ekrole, it was an oversight. My so I apologize. Ekrole, Ekushel Omolara Ogundare. Good evening, ma'am. I've been draining Nigeria and Nigerians dry. Dexter, good evening, sir. Akadol, good evening, sir. Good to see you. Esheo. Someone says, yes, I agree. Malaria has a case to answer. Malaria bao. I know it's a typo. Yes, Malami has a case to answer. We'll come back to that, I promise. It will be the last thing we discuss, so I can farabale read everything. Let's just see other things on Malami. Just one more thing, I think, here. What links Malami? Okay, I think we talked about this the other day. Malami, Pantami, Sirika, Sadia, Omar Faruku, Ngige, and others in the cabinet of the late President Buhari is not just controversy, but a system that protected them. Let me read this one. It's from the cable as well. I'll read it and I'll go back to the original stuff. Carries events, I know you typed. All right. Report, then we'll read the other stuff about the Abacha loot. Malami, Buhari's cabinet, how accountability was delayed by Bayolo Olukbo. That is from the cable. It starts with a quote. I told everyone to hold firmly to the trust given to them, because one day, even after I leave office, their actions may be exposed. Everything will be reviewed based on what you did while in office. Since government records everything, I'll take that again. Everything will be reviewed based on what you did while in office. Since government records contain everything, and let no one call me to defend them, they should go and defend their own actions. That's Muhammadu Buhari from the 2022 interview. When the late former President Muhammadu Buhari made the quoted statement above in a televised interview before his departure from power, many Nigerians saw it as more than a casual remark. To some, it sounded like a warning. To others, it felt like an excuse prepared ahead of time. It's been over 2 years now that President Tinubu assumed the leadership of the country, and now, with the interrogation of one of Buhari's favorite ministers, Abubakar Malami, by the EFCC, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the late president's warning feels prophetic. Between 2015 and 2023, Buhari ran a highly centralized government. Power was concentrated around the presidency and a small group of ministers, mostly from his ethnic group, Power was concentrated around the presidency, and a small group of ministers, mostly from his ethnic group, became unusually influential. They controlled key sectors, enjoyed the president's full trust, and were rarely questioned. Over time, they became so influential not because the constitution gave them special powers, but because they appeared untouchable. These ministers were powerful not just because of their offices, but because of their closeness to Buhari, their political weight, and in some cases their ethnic or regional importance. Allegations followed many of them during their time in office. Allegations of disdain for other ethnic groups, high-handedness, abuse of office, nepotism, favoritism, secrecy, and misuse of public funds. Yet, while Buhari remained in power, little was done. Now that he's gone, the questions he avoided are returning. One of the most prominent figures is Abubakar Malami, Buhari's Attorney General and Minister of Justice. How can you be a Minister of Justice and be corrupt? Justice. One of the most prominent figures is Abubakar Malami, Buhari's Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Please don't stop our tapping on TikTok, and please click on the heart icon, drop a heart to me, let's drop a gift. Let's push the life to the FYP together. Dear Lord. One of the most prominent figures is Abubakar Malami, Buhari's Attorney General and Minister of Justice. As the chief law officer of the country, Malami held enormous power. He decided which cases went to court, how recovered looted funds were handled and how the government responded to major legal disputes. Throughout his time in office, critics accused Malami of being nepotistic and using his position to protect political allies and reward loyalists. There were controversies around how recovered Abacha loot was spent and legal decisions that appeared to favor powerful individuals and terrorism financing. Still, Malami remained firmly in office until Buhari left. Now these allegations are coming to light. Today, Malami is under investigation and has been detained by the EFCC over multiple allegations, including abuse of office, money laundering, and terrorism financing. Whether he is guilty or innocent is for the courts to decide, but Malami's case mirrors a major failure of Buhari's administration. Serious questions were ignored while he held power. And then he goes on to talk about Issa Ali Pantami, Adi Sirika, also talked about Chris Ngige and the things they did. But I'll just go to the penultimate paragraph. What links Malami, Pantami, Sirika, Sadia, Umar Farouk, Ngige, and others in the cabinet of the late President Buhari is not just controversy, but a system that protected them. During Buhari's presidency, loyalty often mattered more than accountability. Oversight institutions were weak, critics were dismissed, whistleblowers were ignored. Buhari came to power promising to fight corruption, and many Nigerians believed him. But as it turned out, with Buhari's 8 years in the saddle, fighting corruption requires more than promises. It requires strong institutions and the courage to question even close allies. On this front, Buhari fell short. President Bola Tinubu now carries a responsibility. Holding the Buhari cabinet accountable must be fair and consistent, not selective or political. Investigations being conducted by the EFCC must follow due process and respect the rule of law. Now, again, it's a bit funny that this conversation has anything to do with the person who is supposed to be the chief law officer of the entire nation. But what are the allegations against Abubakar Malami? I'll run through some of them. ICPC probe illegally unctioning seized sea vessels, $2.4 billion oil fraud inquiry, illegal sale of 48 million barrels. Number 3, that was 1 and 2. Number 3, diversion of recovered loot, 300 billion naira and 2 billion naira from CBN. Number 4, stall in $60 billion NNPC recovery, blocking funds. Number 5, sale of seized assets, favored firm controversy. Number 6, judicial interference, protective takeovers. Number 7, bill to centralize anti-corruption AGF powers. Number 8, $300 million OPL 245 scandal, contested deal. Then 9, missing 106 billion naira from MDA's failure to recover. And then the last one, professional misconduct, petitions to remove SAN title. Boy. Now let's read the news I mentioned earlier. No. There's one before that one. Let me read this one and I'll go back to the one I shared on the Telegram channel. Still from the cable, those who tried to frustrate return of $311 million Abacha loot should be ashamed. Malami. I think I put the cart before the horse. Malami, those who tried to frustrate return of $311 million Abacha loot should be ashamed. Abubakar Malami, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, has tackled those who want. By the way, this is from 2020, May 6. So it was the Minister of Justice at the time. Abubakar Malami, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, has tackled those who wanted to frustrate the repatriation of $311 million looted by Sani Abacha, the late dictator. Malami, in a statement on Wednesday, said such persons should bury their heads in shame over the successful repatriation. On Monday, the federal government received the funds from the United States and the Bailiwick of Jersey. The litigation process for the recovery of the loot, which is part of the $5 billion allegedly stolen. How do people still? Sorry, I just didn't mention money. I can't be like say wait to $5 billion of our dollars. The litigation process for the recovery of the loot, which is part of the $5 billion allegedly stolen by Abacha, commenced in 2014. Malami also took a jab at those who criticized his use of Abacha assets to describe the stolen funds. Quote, the point needs to be made that when the seal of legitimacy was appended to the funds by way of repatriation, it became an asset in favor of the federal government as a beneficial owner of same, he said. Beyond the issue of verbal dexterity and vocal acrobatics, Nigerians should focus more on the effective utilization of the recovered funds in accordance with the content of the signed tripartite agreement in the interest of Nigerians. It is palpable that news about successful return of the looted assets have brought nightmares to naysayers and pessimists who wanted to frustrate the repatriation process through a campaign of calumny. They resorted to rhetoric instead of burying their heads in shame. He described the repatriation as a pointer to the level of confidence, trust, and respect the international community accorded the Buhari-led federal government. That was the same person in 2020. What has changed? What has changed? What has changed now is that they discovered that that money was looted. I mean, a recovered fund. I mean, something where they don't loot before. Something you could recover and can't loot them again. That's what they are saying in the cable. So let's go back to that newspaper I said now. I think we're going to be on for a bit then. Someone says the money should go back to its original purpose, foreign reserves, reduce national debt. Yeah. Mimi, good to see you. It's been a minute. Says Nigeria has been looted since the First Republic, but the scale of looting in the last 30 years is unimaginable. It is unimaginable. You see, I understand now. I understand what David Cameron meant when he said a particular government was fantastically corrupt. And that if what was taken from Nigeria, well, if the amount of money or funds stolen from Nigeria had been stolen from the UK, the entire United Kingdom would be dead. I'm paraphrasing, of course. I think he used words like it will cease to exist, something like that. You hear amount of money and like, and you know the sad part. The sad part is, I mean, it's bad to steal. It's bad to steal. But how about you're never using the money to start something in your country? So maybe at least people get to work, you know, and then you are building something, like you build an industry or you build something. It's terrible that you have stolen, but at least you're actually being responsible. I don't even know why I'm expecting that from thieves. But they'll steal the money. They'll now go and keep it in one country that does not need that money, but that, of course, will welcome the money so they can live on the interest. And those ones too, they'll be protecting thieves and calling everybody Kiniko in Africa as though they're not connected. I'm even tired before reading this news. I read it earlier, Abi. I'm just tired. This is bad. They've stolen money that generations, unborn generations are supposed to, you know, live on. They've stolen the money. What is your own money? It's a shame. And make no mistakes. And this is what I believe. You may not agree. Let me even say something. Someone put out a video on Twitter the other day, and you know, she was talking about what she saw in South Africa and how it's a lot better than Nigeria. Things work in Cape Town and so on and so forth. You know, and there's an issue with Nigeria and stuff like that, and that people should build Nigeria and make it better. And she's very right to say that. And then I responded by saying she's correct to say that, but we usually just talk about what we've experienced and we don't ask why it's not working our place and how we can make it work. And I said, I'll talk about that later, but I said that the real issue here is that, number one, there are two questions we rarely ask. Why is it not working in our place, and how do we make it work? But people talk about what, and then they begin to cry. Like she was crying in the video. And I said the answer to the why is structural. Why is it not working as structure? how do we make it work? Policy and capital. That would be people, human and material resources. So sourcing, training, and allocation. But here's the point. I don't know that if they choose some of us in this room right now, I don't know if we're going to do better. And that's concerning. Because we didn't always know Malami. When did you know about the name? Was it just during Buhari that we started hearing the name? So it wasn't like somebody who has been there all the while. Apart from the fact that I was in CPC. The concern, I don't like to use the word fear, the concern I have is that if they bring any one of us to that position, are we going to be able to do better? It's just a question. It's not something to even type. It's rhetorical. You just think about this something like, because then they chop our money. See how Abacha chop money, loot money, take and go Switzerland. And now he gets a chance, not just as anybody, but as the Attorney General. I mean, like, if things don't work, think about it, one year. He gets a chance. And they're saying he looted what was he looted a loot. Someone says I would never have stolen that much. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. You would never have stolen that. The fact that you even still you never have stolen that much. Emefiele must have thought the same. Emefiele must have thought like you. It's just a little money will steal. That man stole a city. How? How do you have almost 800 duplexes in one estate? Jeez. You know when I knew there was a problem? Was when people were buying tickets, presidential tickets, forms in APC, and the Emefiele bought it. Do you know how much that ticket cost, or the form cost? 100 million naira. I was like, how? Where did you get 100 million naira from as the CBN president, as CBN governor? And you had the effrontery to take that money, buy form in APC, and you submitted, you want to become president, and you're still the CBN governor. Ha! Nigeria, yo. And you're a liar. 100 billion naira. I mean, you could say it's nothing, but the question is, how much do you make again as a CBN governor? And the way they call money now in Nigeria, can you come billion? Can you come what's in the $1 billion? Like, my charge, let me use that word, my charge to you guys, or to all of us, to be honest, me inclusive, my charge to all of us is, let's find a way to sit ourselves down and ask, if God ever gives me an opportunity, or if I ever have the opportunity, whether you don't believe in God or you believe in God, but I believe in God, if God gives me the opportunity to get into that space, what would I do differently? Because it's a question to ask ourselves. People keep getting in there. There are unknown people getting there, and I'm not judging. I just think we should question ourselves, because all these people were unknown at the point, and look at this. Me, a university. I'm your liar. Oh. Dr. Badru says something. Let me read it. It says Nigeria belongs to nobody, unlike how you would see Yoruba land, Hausa land, or Igbo land. That is what I was saying. And I said, I don't want to go deep into it. When I said the answer to the first question, why we can't do why it's not working in our places, because of structure. It's structural. We don't consider Nigeria as a country or as a collective belonging or patrimony. I know the other day when we were talking about repatriating Benin artifacts, I said it, and I'm glad the government eventually did it. I'm not saying they did because I said it too, but I like the fact that they did what sane people thought of. I consider myself to be sane, apparently. That the artifact should go back to the cities of origin. In other words, they stole the artifacts in Benin, take them back to Benin. If they like, let them coffee go on share. That's their business. It's not your business. And the reason is that because what belongs to Nigeria belongs to nobody. People can just treat it anyhow. But what belongs to Edo people, they will take care of it because it's their own heritage. There's no Nigerian heritage, unless we're deceiving ourselves. That's why people are sabotaging refineries, because it belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody. It's just Nigeria's money. We have to change the structure of this nation. And this is not to say that there will be no thieves at the regional level or at ethnic level, but maybe they'll find a way to deal with their own thieves. But by and large, I don't think we really have we don't have a sense of ownership when it comes to Nigerian stuff. It doesn't really matter to us. It doesn't really mean anything. But let it be from your community. You be on the guard. You be at alert because it belongs to you. But for Nigeria, it's just national cake. Let me cut my own. Meanwhile, as soon as you get into that office, that's when some people from your village now start calling you. They will find your number somehow. They'll be calling you. That's when their children will be sick. The one that is not sick with fever will have typhoid. The one who doesn't have typhoid, requiring you to get money, and then you have to take money. I mean, it's sad, to be honest. I think the government should, those in power right now should begin to think about it. We've got to restructure this nation. Things are happening, to be honest, with the old development commission, but I think more has to be done. But those who have stolen money too should be punished. Last, shall just my head that they've done plea bargain. Whatever they want to do, let them just do and collect money from these people. Or maybe we should go, maybe we should go the Chinese way. Oh boy, Chinese, they are killing some people recently. They caught some guys, government, public officers, engaged in corruption. In China, person sentenced to death. But like I always say, that is not really the issue. The real issue is the composition of the Chinese society. I say it a lot. I know I probably sound like a broken record now, but I'm sure you get it. 94% of China is one ethnicity, Han Chinese. 94% of the nation is one ethnicity. They have the same value system. They have the same understanding of world. They have the same worldview. So it's settled. If you introduce that kind of thing to Nigeria, you say this one is going to die now. That's when his family members remember that you are killing him because of his ethnicity. El-Rufai literally wrote a piece. I saw it on Twitter last week. I just did not read it on here. That the reason they are witch hunting Malami because of his. How? You too? You are one of the people that we looked up to. We're not the one that helped us with the master plan in Abuja. You too? You are saying that they are going after Malami because because of his ethnicity. How? When they structure that acknowledges our identity, our reality of our ethnicities, and then give us that kind of structure. If something happens in Yoruba land and somebody if you say it's a bag, there is a common identity. Even if you say, oh, it can't jebu, because there's an ethos, there's a value system that guards or guides your actions as a Yoruba person. I'm not saying every Yoruba person is Omoluabi, but there's something, not the law. There is the law, but the law should be a product of the worldview. What's Nigerian worldview? It's sad, Shao. It's sad. And this is apart from a retired general, Major General Ali Kefi, who said terror suspects, financiers linked to powerful Nigerians, including Malami, ex-army chiefs, Emefiele. He said it. I've played the video here before. We don't know yet until, of course, if they get the stuff from the man. But it's just, I hope we do better whenever we do get opportunity, because a lot of us are going to get in there. whenever we do, I hope we do better. Because it's easy to point fingers. But just, you think about it something like, let me just get there, change everything, change, CPC change, APC change. Well, the only thing that is changing is the bank account, and it's a shame. All right, let's read that stuff. Again from the cable, Reporter's Diary, how Malami frustrated efforts to get info on $17 million paid to lawyers from Abacha's loot. I have to start all over again. On December 5, 2017, the Swiss government announced that it would return $321 million stolen by Sani Abacha, Nigeria's late military dictator who ruled from 1993 to 1998. The money was part of the billions of dollars allegedly looted during his rule. The repatriation was big news for many who have been following the development since the return to civilian rule in 1999. But there seemed to be more about this particular $321 million that will now be handled by Abubakar Malami, Nigeria's Minister of Justice and Attorney General under the President Muhammadu Buhari administration. Just a few days after the announcement by the Swiss government, the Cable Newspaper Journalism Foundation, CNJF, started to track things. CNJF is a part of the Cable Newspaper, is a non-profit organization using the vehicle of journalism to advance transparency and accountability in government. That's an announcement, adverts they did not pay for, but let's continue. For context, the federal government had between 2013 and 2014 used the services of Swiss lawyers Enrico Manfrini and Christian Loscher to recover the stolen funds from Liechtenstein and Luxembourg and domiciled the monies with the Attorney General of Switzerland since then. It is important to note that Nigeria also undertook to pay 4% of the recovered Luxembourg assets as professional fees and expenses to the lawyers, in addition to roughly $6.8 million in fees to be paid to Manfrini for the Liechtenstein, or is it Liechtenstein? It's German, so Liechtenstein recoveries. Enrico had been hired since 1999 by the then President Olusegun Obasanjo administration to help track these stolen monies. Curiously, this is where we're going. Curiously, Malami again hired two Nigerian lawyers. What they're saying basically is that Olusegun Obasanjo had already hired a lawyer called Enrico Manfrini since 1999. Another one called Christian Loscher was hired by Nigeria as well. And they were the ones who actually helped to recover the stolen funds from both Liechtenstein and Luxembourg. And they put the money with the Attorney General of Switzerland. So that means that they already recovered the money. Abi? Curiously, Malami again hired two Nigerian lawyers to recover the $321 million Enrico had already recovered. Meanwhile, with the fees settled for the Swiss lawyers, all that was left Meanwhile, with the fees settled for the Swiss lawyers, all that was left for the money to be returned to Nigeria was for Malami to sign an MOU with the Swiss authorities and commit to an undertaking that the funds will be properly utilized. That's simple, right? On December 22, 2017, the Cable published the first part of the story, which was followed up on for the next 5 years. This part detailed how Malami simply, quote-unquote, created jobs for the newly hired Nigerian lawyers. The interesting part is that these lawyers, acting on Malami's behalf, would also take at least another 4% as commission and professional fees from the recovered funds. Nigerian lawyers Oladipo Okpeseyi, a senior advocate, and Temitope Isaac Adebayo were engaged in 2016. It is also important to note that Okpeseyi and Adebayo were lawyers to the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC, the legacy party of the former President Buhari. Also, Malami was a legal advisor to the CPC. A senior official of the Ministry of Justice then told the Cable that, quote, "This is a case of relooting Abacha loot," end of quote. A simple letter from the Office of Attorney General of the Federation to the Swiss Attorney General requesting the repatriation of the funds to Nigeria, consequent upon the signing of an MOU, was all that was required to consummate the deal. the official had said. Before the cable went to the press, the newspaper requested under Freedom of Information (FOI) from the Office of the Attorney General information on the agreements between the federal government of Nigeria and the Abachas, which led to the eventual withdrawal of the prosecution of Mohammed Abacha, and why another lawyer was appointed after Monfrini had completed the recovery job. As the lead reporter on this story, I was disappointed that the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, being the custodian of the FOI Act, received the cable's request on December 8, 2017, and never responded to date. To date is 16th December, so it's like till today. As requested by the law, the cable sent a follow-up request, still being no response. I also sent a couple of messages to the then minister on his phone, and he never responded. This was after an official in the information department at the ministry advised the cable to request an interview with the Attorney General, as they do not have the needed details. We just wanted Nigerians to know why new lawyers were being engaged for a job already done. We reached out to Enrico with what we found. The Swiss lawyer was also shocked by the development. Quote, "I don't know why the federal government of Nigeria decided to appoint other lawyers," Monfrini said in an interview. He explained that since September 1999, there had been no breach in the agreement he signed with the Nigerian government. Upon the election of President Buhari, the newly appointed Minister of Justice and Attorney General, Malami, appeared to prefer using the services of other lawyers in Nigeria and elsewhere, he had said. There's another angle to this. In April 2018, Kemi Adeosun, then Minister of Finance, refused to approve the payment of $16.9 million in fees to the two lawyers for the recovery, quote unquote. A request had been made to the former finance minister by the Justice Ministry for the payment to the Nigerian lawyers, but the request was sent back. Adeosun later came under pressure to deny blocking the payment. An ad hoc committee set up by the House of Representatives to probe the dubious fees. The dubious fee had described Malami's engagement of the lawyers as the height of injustice. Could this be when the wahala for Kemi Adeosun started? She was Minister of Finance in Ogun State. She was Commissioner of Finance in Ogun State, became Minister of Finance, and everything was going so well. Perhaps she thought people shouldn't have touched. Quote, "Somebody wants to create $16 million in free money for no job done in this era. Why is the AGF engaging another lawyer? What kind of change are we talking about?" one of the lawmakers had said. Malami will later resort to delay tactics to frustrate the House of Representatives' investigation. Apart from refusing to provide the documents requested by the ad hoc committee set up by the House, Malami also decided to use the courts to stall the probe. After about a year of Malami refusing to answer these questions, I met Adebayo, one of the newly hired lawyers. I was surprised to hear Adebayo argue that Monfrini did not complete the work. He accused Monfrini of advancing his personal interest more than that of Nigeria, his client. We reminded Adebayo that as far back as 2014, Mohammed Adoke, the then AGF, had written Oliver Jonot, the Attorney General of Geneva, for the money to be paid into the special recovery account of the Nigerian government with the Bank for International Settlements, BIS, after a 4% deduction had been made as Monfrini's fees, after which the money had been available to the Nigerian government as early as December 2014. But why can't Malami write a simple letter instead of appointing new lawyers? Well, Adebayo said it was not in his place to answer this question. Fair enough. We continue to stay on the matter. In January 2018, CNGF sued Malami over his failure to respond to a Freedom of Information request on the engagement of lawyers for the recovery of stolen funds. The foundation sought an order of mandamus compelling the AGF to make available the information and documents requested from his office to the FOI Act 2011. To the date of bringing this application, the respondent AGF has refused to comply with the provisions of the FOI Act by his refusal and failure to make available to the applicant the information and documents requested. Let me see how long this thing is. Okay, it's still long, but we can finish it soon. We will finish it soon. Where were we? Till the date of bringing this application, the respondent AGF has refused to comply with the provisions of the FOI Act by his refusal and failure to make available to the applicant, CNGF, the information and documents requested. and or denial of access to the request for records and information within a time limit allowed by the law. Kusamo 2 and Kusamo 2, CNGF's counsel, as stated in court papers. The counsel added that there is no justification for the refusal and failure to make available to the CNGF the information and documents requested as required by Section 7 of the Act. We're almost done. For almost 2 years, the foundation was in and out of the court, just asking for Malami to provide information on this deal. At one point, one of my... I'm sorry, guys. Somebody wrote something on TikTok. It's funny. I'm holding myself back. I will act like I can't see what you have written, because if I look up, I will laugh. Where were we? For almost 2 years, the foundation was in and out of the court, just asking for Malami to provide information on this deal. At one point, one of my colleagues emailed Malami on the matter, and he responded that he does not treat such matters with his personal email. This was many months after we had first submitted the FOI to his office. I began to wonder what could be more of an official channel than that. On September 25, 2019, we got a shocker. The court dismissed CNGF's suit against the AGF, saying the foundation did not produce certified true copies of its registration documents. Oh, wow. The court, with Inyang Ekwo, the presiding judge, said we provided a photocopy of our certificate of incorporation in contravention of the rules of evidence, which stipulate that such evidence ought to be certified true copy and not a mere photocopy. Therefore, the court found that the photocopy tendered in evidence was inadmissible. In clear terms, without looking into the merits of CNGF's application, the court ruled that the foundation has not been able to prove that it's a duly incorporated organization that is capable of bringing the action. Throughout this period, not once did the office of the AGF raise any of these issues in its defense. Our lawyers said the application was decided on affidavit, last paragraph, John, too long. Okay, let's just jump the many paragraphs. Earlier in 2019, a coalition of civil society organizations led by the Say No campaign had also written an FOI request. This one was about FOI, asking for records of payment for the lawyers. The Justice Ministry said it won't provide the information so it does not interfere with the pending litigation, hanging this on how we've taken the matter to court. In July 2023, 2 months after he left office, the Cable reported how the former minister was facing a probe over 5 suspicious mega deals under his watch. $121 million of Abacha loot from Switzerland to Nigeria. Malami later alleged that Monfrini had demanded a $5 million upfront payment and a 40% success fee, later reduced to 20%, terms the government rejected because they violated official policy. Why make this revelation 8 years later? Of course, this was after the EFCC had on November 28 invited him for questioning. The writer of this is Femi Owolabi, and is a former head of investigations at the Cable. He is now the senior special assistant to Governor Biodun Yebanji on policy research and documentation. That was a very long read. Oh dear. Now let me read what I saw on TikTok. Yamunai said, Regina Daniels was a beneficiary of Malami's largesse through her ancestor. I can't read everything. The things you wrote, I can't read. I can't finish reading it, but thank you very much for your contribution to the comment section. All right, from YouTube, someone says this was the play they used to take her out. Oh, okay, that's for Kemi Adeosun. Then they came up with one frivolous NYSC stuff, as though NYSC was compulsory. She didn't go to school in Nigeria. She was even past that age by the time she became commissioner. So naturally, she was going to get letter of exemption. And they told her in Ogun State that we're going to help her get letter of exemption. Apparently, they got her a fake letter of exemption. That conversation was actually very, very funny because she wasn't even supposed to serve. I mean, she was already well over the age at the time she was made commissioner. So the natural thing was for her to get letter of exemption. And they came later and said, oh, that letter of exemption was fake. Someone says, we as a people don't have values of our own. The person that wants to be righteous would be rebuked by both friends and family members alike. And that alone would make you think twice. That's from Evans. Evans Bayefa. Thank you very much. You are correct. Dexter says, so technically we're a country of nations and not a nation. Oh yes, we're not a nation. Nigeria is not a nation. You've said this 1,000, maybe 1 billion times. People, but I don't know why people curse me when I say these things on Twitter. When I say Nigeria is a country of many nations and not a nation, Igbo people, they're the only ones. They will just go in the comment section and begin to curse me out and insult me. Like, why? I know why, by the way. They can't do without they can't do without Nigeria. They want everybody to be melded together because they have nothing else to live on. And that's a fact. Nigeria is a political entity, so it's a country. But it's not a nation because nations will have the same culture, same language, same history, same origin, things like that. Yoruba is a nation. And I give an example, and I've said it several times, like what you have in the UK, where you have 4 different countries, or 4 different nations. They call them countries as well. You know, each of these people, each of these nations, sometimes they call them countries, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and England. Each of them has their own parliament. They have a level of autonomy. Scotland and Northern Ireland have a different design of the same currency. It's pound. It's the same pound, but pound sterling. But Scotland and Northern Ireland have a different design than England and Wales. Just a way for them to own it. Of course, they have their different football teams. They have their own parliament, but England still uses Westminster. Essentially, you have that feeling that you are a nation, even though you are not a state. You are not sovereign. You say that in Nigeria, and people just begin to throw tantrums. But that's who we are. We're not a nation. We cannot be a nation, by the way. It's not going to ever happen. Because for it to happen, there's only one way that Nigeria can be a nation. And that one way, I would only want it for one group. But I don't want to be selfish. The one way it's others and then enforces their own identity on every other person. That's how you have a nation. That's how nations are built. Forget all this English of, we are all Israelite. That's how nations are forged. You decimate everyone. They get subsumed in a bigger identity. They can't speak their own languages. They speak only Yoruba. Tell them they want to do that now. You see them shouting, oh, no, let us create something. That you can't create anything. Because there's no clear majority ethnic group. And someone says, Papa said it aptly, a mere geographical expression. I would say, and this is my own opinion, Papa said that in 1947. I don't think Papa would have said that in 1987, 40 years later. I don't think it's no longer a mere geographic expression as it was in 47, in my opinion. I can literally call it a country now because it has some form of political identity at least. So it's not just a geographic expression because 47 there was nothing. They didn't own anything in terms of independence, in terms of self-governance. We have that now, or we have those now. So we can call it a country. We can say it has gone a bit higher than just a mere geographic expression. But see that nation thing, it can never become a nation. Because the path to nationhood is a path that we would never want. And I'll tell you something, I'm not going to lose Yoruba identity for Nigeria because there's nothing to lose it for. And Nigeria should not expect me to lose it. Nigeria was created yesterday. I've been a Yoruba for millennia, not even centuries. So you're not going to kill that one unless you are waiting to wipe out a group, and it cannot be Yoruba that will be wiped out. It can be another. Let me not wish anybody bad, but you get the point. So the best way to run it is like sane people do when you have multi-ethnic, configuration where each group is identified as a nation and then they can work together like like they do in the UK. Again, it's not that the people in Europe are they smarter than us. I don't get it. You be holding on to colonial creation as if God created Nigeria. Say God, and if especially for religious people, stop being. Stop being stupid. Oh God, Nigeria must. Oga Farabale, you don't even understand the country you are in. Nobody that looks like me or you decided the boundaries of Nigeria. But we are where we are right now. So let's make the best of it. Let everybody recognize where they belong. You can still have a country like the UK, like Switzerland, like Belgium. And we're not the only ones. Or even like Canada. Canada doesn't have the same thing in every province. People have a right to decide what they want to do. You know, the day I saw, we'll go back to the news in a bit. The day I saw this news report. And they were going to ask him for a fine. They were going to fine him for one thing and one thing only. His receipt. I think his receipt. Is it a receipt or the signboard? Had English on it. This was in Quebec. They said no, in our province, everything has to be in French. If you're going to Montreal, you're going to Quebec, and tell you that, okay, here your signpost is French. The menu, when you go to the restaurant, is in French. If you have a problem with that, carry your bag and go to Alberta. You can't tell them that it is bigoted. Try it in Nigeria now. You see all this Egbiri start saying that, oh, you're a bigot, you're a tribalist, you're a bigot. Same people know that that's not bigotry. That's identity and self-preservation. But you have these retards. And I call them retards because I don't know why they're always cursing me out. So I've learned to also tell them that they are retarded. And there's no apologies for that. To be honest, they are retarded. Because there's no way you don't even understand why you are in one country. You're shouting, we are one. There can be one Nigeria. There can be one Nigeria, right? But it cannot be a melting pot. At best, it will be a salad bowl. We'll be in the same bowl, but you can pick out the vegetable. You can pick out the carrot. You can pick out the cucumber. You can pick out, everything. You don't have to mix everything and just. People want to create a soup, not soup of pepper and tomatoes. Or they want to have a soup of carrots blended with cucumbers, blended with cabbage. Just blend everything together because now they now eat something. They have stomach upset because they don't have sense. And when you talk, there is anybody. Once people insult me especially on Twitter, once you insult me, I'm sending you to your parents. In fact, that's my resolution before 2026. I already done my resolution. You insult me, send you to your father or mother to give her, because I cannot come on social media and be trading words with children of retards. At least let them take it back to their parents. Anyway, that's that about that. One more thing on Malami before we go from here. This is from the Punch newspaper. By the way, this was back in 2020. Someone says, Prof, I beg to disagree. There cannot be one Nigeria. So I think I'll come back to this Malami thing. I think it's about definitions, isn't it? Is there one UK? Is there something called one UK? You can't say there is nothing like one UK. Oneness, uniformity. Okay, where everybody loses who they are to create a new Nigeria. The only group, as a matter of fact, that want that kind of oneness is a group that has nothing to be proud of where they are from, and they do themselves. They don't have anything to hold on to, so they don't mind losing the past because there's nothing to go back to in the past. I have a lot from the past. The idea of one Nigeria in my own mind, right? What I mean by that is, yes, we are still in the same country. I hope it works. If it doesn't work, then that's disintegration of Mark. But I see, think of it like the UK, right? I've always said it in my mind, the best way to make sense of Nigeria for me, personally, is to think of Nigeria like EU. And I've said it several times. Nigeria has more ethnicities than the continent of Europe. We have more languages than Europe. So there's no way I'm going to be looking at Nigeria like I'll look at Germany. This country has more ethnic groups. Europe has about 54. We have over 200. Some say over 300. I've seen a document, 367. Europe has less than 60. Okay? EU has 24 official languages. How many languages do you think we have? maybe times 10 of that. So apparently, we can't just look at ourselves as, one nation like that. But when I say one, it's more like the different groups. No, not regions. Region is confusing. It's not regions, it's nations. When you use regions, people are thinking of northwestern region, eastern region. That even is not the ideal. The ideal is that, see, the natural way you are configured is based on your ethnic identity. It's not based on the region that was created by either British or Nigerian government. The natural way you think. That's why even in North Central today, people would rather still want to say they are part of Yoruba or even Western region. I mean, look at the conversations about Dawn Commission. Right? So to be honest, the proper way to structure Nigeria is the way every other sane space, multi-ethnic space, every other one, that's how they govern themselves. They acknowledge that we are different. They'll say this one is French speaking. They are Canadians, but they have their own laws. They have a way they want to do their things. This part, we speak English, we are Canadian. Together we are one Canada. But the way we do our things will differ. And nobody who has something called sense will say it's bigotry. That's the only way. I don't like to say one way of things should work, but I think that's the only way Nigeria can really, really work to the optimal capacity. Barring that, it's either we maintain the status quo and not develop, just be complaining for the next 50 years, or maybe another 100 years, or there might be a breakup. And I don't think I know any way that thing can happen peacefully. That's why I don't advocate, a breakup. But everybody does this thing now. People have been doing this thing for 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 years. Like, why can't we do it? And anybody that calls anybody bigoted over that thing is because that person is insane. There is no way you have a problem with where you come from. They are so you hate it to the point where you are telling me to hate mine. We should redefine what oneness means. So oneness to me does not mean that we are one Nigerian nation. It means we are one estate with different houses. You don't have to break down the estate in order to say that I want to build my own estate. I can build my own compound in the estate. You can have the same security guard at the entrance. But you can't come into my house and say because we're in the same estate, we are all one. No, we're not one like that. You have your house. Whatever it is, it could be a skyscraper, it could be a bungalow, that's your business. We are sharing the same estate, so we can do community development, whatever. But, everybody has his own space. I think that's the only way that Nigeria can, not that it's the only way Nigeria can work, but it's the only way Nigeria can reach its highest potential. I mean, think about, did you see the video of the Almajiri children? I don't know if you saw that video. Did you see it? Let me see if I can find it. I know we're still in the news, but today is matters are rising, so let me see if I can find you that stuff. The first time I saw it, I think was maybe about 20 years. The first time I went to Kaduna, brothers and sisters, I was crying in the car. I'll see if I can find it. Oh dear. Excuse me, please. Give me a second. The Almaji. Well, it trended a while back. I hope I can find it as quickly as possible. It trended a while back. Um, you see those boys who, oh dear, I hope I can find it. It's a video. I couldn't save it, so I just, you see boys like a line, like a queue. They form this line like a queue, very long queue of boys with plates. They now went in front of a woman. She would take one morsel, pure whey, dip it in soup and put it in their plate. That was all. She would take one morsel, put it in soup, put it in their plate, and on like that. That's how they want to run their country. I mean, I don't think he's right, but guess what? If that's what they want to do, then that's good for them. Let them do it the way they want to do their stuff. And in the West, we do things how we want to do our stuff, which is why I'm very happy with the report of this imam that was arrested earlier today, Sheikh Dawood Imran. I'm pronouncing the name correctly, but by the DSS. It's actually quite nice that happened, because we noticed some very funny things happening a while back. But before I go into that, let me just read something here. I'll read your stuff later. Mimi, I see your comments on YouTube. I'll read it later. Let's just finish this one. The Department of State Services has arrested an Osun State-based Islamic cleric, Sheikh Dawood Imran Molassa, following a pro-Palestine protest held in the state, according to Western Post. Sheikh Molassa, who leads the Islamic group Ta'awunu Muslimin, was taken into custody after a video surfaced online showing him and his followers calling for the liberation of Palestine, which is under Israeli occupation. The footage, which featured members of the group waving Palestinian flags, quickly went viral and triggered widespread debate on social media. The protest raised security concerns among members of the public, especially given Ta'awunu Muslimin's in support has committed to Islamic teachings and advocacy for Muslim causes globally. During the march in Iwo, participants were seen pledging allegiance to the Quran and Sunnah. However, some actions captured in the video, particularly coordinated arm gestures, drew criticism, with observers likening them to Nazi-style salutes. Concerns were further heightened by the presence of children chanting intense religious slogans, a development that has unsettled many Nigerians amid the country's ongoing struggles with security and religious extremism. You can't hear me, Bao. Can you hear me on YouTube, on TikTok? Can you hear me? No, if you're just coming in, you have to wait a bit. Someone says he has been released. I think it must have been released. Thank you very much, Ori. Thank you for the... No, it's you. You just joined. Every other person could hear me. That's good. Anyway, the point is, it was invited, and the reason I'm reading this is because of the children I saw. They were, they had this Nazi-style salute while shouting about Palestine. I don't know what your business was happening in Palestine. And this is it. Let me tell you something. This religious nonsense that people are doing, that if you're a Muslim support Palestine, if you're a Christian support Israel, is nonsense. It's absolute rubbish. People don't understand the issue in Palestine. Just be anything about the religion, carry. Like, you don't even know what's happening there. I'm not saying they don't know what's happening there, because the point is, what's the business? What's our business? I'm not saying you should not have business with Guinea, but the only thing for these guys is that the assumption that Palestine is Islamic. There are Christians in Palestine, and that's why it's very difficult for me to even say I support this or support that. Because while I understand Israel's predicament, they're also Christian Palestinians. But you just have this hard thing of, if you're a Muslim, you support this one. If you're a Christian, you support this one. If you're a Muslim, you support this one. They now have these children chanting and doing Palestinian Nazi style salute, not in Yoruba land though, tó bá mú wọn tó máa fi wọn lẹ̀ tó máa ti ṣe nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ kó tún mú wọn kán tí anyway tó bá ti wà àìdá kán tí wọn mọ́lé kán kó wọn dànù. They can go and do it in Palestine. But they questioned him actually. They invited him to question him and everything. So if they released him, that's fine. But we don't want nonsense in Yoruba land. I don't know why people like extremism. Like, it's not. It is well. But thankfully, it's not everybody that likes extremism. Because it's important to be mentioning the good ones as well. There's one gentleman, he's an imam, who I discovered recently. I played something from one of his speeches or his wasi, his sermons. But there's another one I found, and I think you'll probably like it as well. Take a listen. Second place. Thank you, Olagoji Emmanuel, Mr. Olayobode, for that feedback. Take a listen to this really cool Alpha.
Àfáà ní ṣe mòlídì tí ìyá wọn wá jẹ́ ìyá àjọ. Wọ́n tún wá ń ṣe ìyá àjọ lásán, wọ́n tún wá ní ilé ìjọsìn. Kádàrá sì sọ pé ọmọ rẹ̀ ó kéwú yóò dàfà. Ìyá náà wá kánjú pa, kò sì yá ní dìdì rẹ̀. Ní tó wá kù táwọn wá kó sáfà lórí ní pé lọ gbogbo ti ìyá rẹ̀. Ṣé ẹ̀sìn nu? Ní tó wá kù táwọn asọ́fà ni pé mọ́ kíyà rẹ̀ mọ́ kára o, yóò mọ́ kíyà rẹ̀. Torí pé n tó wù yá gan, Ọlọ́run sọ pé n tó wù mí ni màá ṣe. Tó bá ti wá gbé tọ́nà bá ti wá lè ṣe n tó wù yẹn, àfáà náà gbọ́dọ̀ tó wá gbìjà Ọlọ́run kọjá ààyè. Ọlọ́run wa ní ṣé wọ́n ló sọ ààrẹ di mùsùlùmí ni? Ibà kan yọ ọ́ ni, a kàn ṣáná kí ní ẹ̀ sí ọ lójú ni. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ bá ní Kìrìsìtẹ́nì lọ́rẹ̀ẹ́, ẹ bá wọn ṣe o. Ẹ má gba ẹ̀sìn dìgbò lójú. Gbogbo ẹni tó bá ní Kìrìsìtẹ́nì láǹtí bá a ṣe. Gbogbo ẹni tó bá ní Kìrìsìtẹ́nì lọ́rẹ̀ẹ́, ẹ bá a ṣe dáadáa. Ìwọ ń bá wọn ṣe níbàṣe èèyàn. Gbogbo ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá kan èèyàn kan lábùkù Ọlọ́run ló kan lábùkù. Wàlákọ́dí kàrámúná bani Ádámà.
Wàlákọ́dí kàrámúná bani Ádámà.
Bàbá àṣàyù tí Ọlọ́run ní gbogbo tí ń jẹ́ ọmọ ànábì Ádámà pátá la pẹ́lẹ́. General honor gbogbo ayé ló ní.
Kàrámúná bani Ádámà.
A wá ní àwọn private honor. Bọ̀ pé èèyàn ni kọ́kọ́ dìde fún pọ́nlé.
Allah.
Kọ́kọ́ appreciate pé èèyàn ni. Kí là ń dààmú ara wa fún? Ọlọ́run ló mọ iye mùsùlùmí tààrà ń fà ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ rárá. Wọ́n ń kọ́ mọ́sálásí kan kì í ṣe fíìmù o. Wọ́n ń kọ́ mọ́sálásí kan lọ́wọ́ wọn ò sì rí kọ́. Àwọn ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì sì bẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ mọ́sálásí wọ́n sì kọ́ tán. Nígbà tí wọ́n kọ́ tán, granite tó kù wọ́n ní mọ́sálásí ẹ wá kó.
Ẹ̀wà lóyìn tó kù.
Àti sìmẹ́ǹtì àti ẹran. Wọ́n fi tìjú lọ kó. Ẹ má kó. Ṣé ẹ rí mọ́sálásí kọ́ ni?
Ọ̀tá ti wà lẹ́nu ẹ̀ sí pẹ́.
Ilé ń bára yín jà fún un. Ó kówó wa sọ́wọ́ Kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹ gbà á. Gbókó àǹfààní wa sọ́wọ́ wọn. Ẹ gbà á. Ó lé tó báyìí. Ẹ̀sìn àtẹ̀sìn wọ́n súnmọ́ra wọn.
Ẹ̀sìn àtẹ̀sìn ọjọ́ wà ní wọ́n súnmọ́ra wọn pẹ́kí.
Láàárín ìṣẹ́jú kan Ọlọ́run lè sọ ẹ̀sìn ìdẹ̀sìn mọ́ lọ́wọ́. Kò ní fi álífábẹ́ẹ̀tì kankan kún, yóò kàn yí padà náà ni. Tó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀sìn tó ń ṣe yóò lè dẹ̀sìn mọ́ lọ́wọ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run láàrín kájú kàlá. Obìnrin kan di olóńgbò mọ́lẹ̀ títí débi fi pákú. Ọlọ́run sì ní màláíkà lọ sọ fún pé kó kí wọn kó gbààwẹ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ mi ò gbà mọ́. Ó dọmọ náà láàárín ìṣẹ́jú kan ẹ̀sìn dẹ̀sìn mọ́ lọ́wọ́.
All right, thank you very much for listening to that. And I think it's about to bringing up Muslims that are doing the right thing. Someone says Takia. No. I don't agree. Are there Muslims that use Takia? Yes. Is every good Muslim using Takia? I don't agree. I grew up with Muslims. We don't have all these problems. All these things started recently, and it started not up to 30 years ago. When I was growing up, we didn't have it. It was just around 20, 30 years, and it began. We had a conversation here that after MSSL started taking over the place, so that was the secondary schools and the universities, and it was like going extreme. I read a book one of these days, I talked about it this other. I mean, the other day I talked about it. Maybe I should bring it one of these days, but I don't want to because it's very controversial. It's called "Who Is This Allah" by DJ Moshe. I read that book in high school, and I have questions about Islam, and I still do have questions. And there are a lot of things I don't agree with. A lot of things I don't agree with in Islam. There are things that I push against in Islam. But that doesn't mean that I have to. I cannot act like the Muslims I know, and they are the majority that I know, especially in Yoruba land. Again, I think another thing also is this. If you look at what's happening in Europe to judge Islam, you may have a different understanding of what Islam should be, and you'll be right. You'll be right. If you look at Islam from the perspective, like what's happening in Europe, and that's what we don't want to happen. So the question is this: have we had people like that in the Yoruba before? Yes, we've had Yoruba people who went extreme and who were brought back into like the normal killing. And I've mentioned here how we had a mosque close to our house where I grew up. My father, sent me once to go call the Malik, Malim, to go and call him because somebody had, gone to the mosque. They were having a, open air lecture. And the person was insulting Christians. My dad told me to go and call the Malim. My dad is a Christian. He was a Christian. He's late now. I called the Malim to see my dad. My dad sat him down. My dad told him, and it was a question I would never forget. Other things they discussed. That was the last time that man preached. Am I up to 40? I'm over 40. Are you younger than my age? I'm over 40. Also, I hope that answers your question. Some of the ages you guys call me, it's probably the age of my sons or my nephew, but it is well. Okay, what was I? What was I saying before you asked me about my age? Now, here's the issue. My dad said to that Malim, and then that was the last time the one that they brought to preach. That was the last time they preached. Maybe they were preaching inside the mosque, but never outside to destroy Omi Allah. Now, you say Islam operates in stages. I know. I'm saying that in Yoruba history, Islam has gone through some of those stages, even the ones where they do takia and want to take over and take everything. That's happened before. We have experienced it before. Maybe one day we should have this session. Islam also evolved in Yoruba land. There was a time we had the Alakatakiti, those who came in, especially with the Fulani and everything, and they started Wala. You having difficulty hearing me clearly? Is it better now? I apologize. I think it's the sound. Is it better? Okay. Thank you for the feedback. So I was saying, Nick, let me be clear. I am not saying that some Muslims are not using that thing. That's if you want to know. Oh, okay, Mobo. The sound has gone down. Is the sound off now? Is it better? Because I had to reduce. Because I need to change this thing. It's better. Okay, let's just use this one. We'll change it later. Takia. Now there are people who use takia. Wọ́n fẹ́ kẹ́ fojú sí nǹkan tó ń ṣe. Wọ́n fẹ́ gbẹ̀yìn wọlé. They will now act like pé kìíní ni wọ́n but ọ̀tọ̀ nìkan tó ń. So it's like sheep in it's like wolf in sheepskin. I get that. But there's something I find very difficult, and if you don't find it difficult, please, maybe you can teach me. But I don't think I want to learn, to be honest. I find it difficult to act like the Muslims around me, the one I grew up with, and the one that still live in front of our house, my parents' place, that they don't exist and that they are not the majority in Yoruba land. I'm not talking about Muslim anywhere else. I'm saying in Yoruba land. We have extremists in Yoruba land, but they are not the majority. And if we talk about grades, we'll have a session to talk about the evolution of Islam in Yoruba land one of these days. There was a time, through the influence of folks from the north, that Muslims in Yoruba land began to misbehave. They're trying to do all this. We are going to the level where we want to become the majority and change the order of things. It happened, and they had to curb it. Listen, traditional worshippers and Muslims have fought before in Yoruba land that led to people's death, that made people move out, made Muslims move out of certain parts of Yoruba land in the past. There's hardly anything we're doing right now that has not happened before. So I like to understand what happened and why they stopped. Someone says Christians and traditionalists in Sudan once held your views. Now they are in mass graves, sir. Those ones are not Yoruba. They are not Yoruba Christians, Yoruba traditionalists, or Yoruba Muslims. I'm a Yoruba person. And we have to be careful. I get where they come, and I'm responding to M. The Bravo in the comment section. I get where it's coming from. I understand what it is. But I cannot act like I don't know what Islam has gone through Yoruba land. It wasn't always peaceful in Yoruba land. What caused it to simmer, we know. What's the general view of most of the Muslims in Yoruba land? We know. I think, and this is what I'm very concerned about, I think that those who are pushing hard might actually push the moderates into becoming extremists, like me. And that is what I am concerned about. Because I see what's happening on social media. For instance, what we talked about on Monday, where I say, oh, somebody is Buhari, we don't want to not represent us in politics. I was like, you. The person has been in House of Reps since, he has been in Senate. You think you're the one that was going to stop him now. He has Muslim name, he's not Yoruba enough. I'm like, who made you the one to determine his Yoruba-ness? His Islamic name, we cannot take it. A Yoruba person cannot think like that though. We don't have that luxury. Your families are so mixed. What caused it to simmer is our fathers defeating them. Our fathers did not defeat Muslims in Oshogbo. Our fathers defeated Fulani. Some of the people that defeated those Fulani were also Muslims. Guys, I think let's do this stuff on Friday. Our fathers did not defeat Muslims in 1840. Our fathers did not fight a religious war in 1840. Our fathers fought and defeated Fulanis in 1840. One of the major persons in that war is this man, Balogun Derinlo. They didn't fight Muslims. Some of the Yoruba soldiers and warriors that fought that war were Muslims. Let's be careful. Yorubas did not fight Muslims. Yoruba fought Fulani, and the Yoruba people that fought, the ones on Yoruba side, were both enemies and Muslims. When I say enemies, I mean traditional worshippers, and some of them were Muslims. And some of the, during the war, God save, they were still shading them and what's the word now? Protecting those who wanted to pray as Muslims. Let's be careful. Someone says it was the Islamic Caliphate. Jesus Christ. Let me ask everybody a question. I've asked this question before. I'm going to ask it one more time. I want to ask you a question. When the Fulani had their jihad, whether it was in the north or tried to get into the south, was it an Islamic war or was it an ethnic war? You said they wanted to extend the causes of Danfodio. Sorry, and I cannot be Almajiri. You may be Almajiri, but the question I'm asking is this: the war in 1840, was it to spread Islam or was it for the ethnicity? I think you are playing into the hands of these people. That's the issue. It was not a. You really think that Danfodio was doing everything he was doing in Hausa land because of Islam? You really think so? Was Islam that made him take over everywhere and make sure that it was his own people that took over those. You think it was religion? That 1840 war, you really think they were coming to introduce Islam to us in Yoruba land? Abba. The truth is this: there was no jihad for religion in the north, and they were not coming to do anything Islam in Yoruba land. It was about power. It was about power. It was ethnic. It wasn't religious. Religion is a tool in the hands of some people. Let's not. I don't know how else to say. Yoruba people error out because you have family members. You are so mixed. If you start this, we're pushing back because you have seen what's happening in Europe. You will scatter your land yourself as Yoruba. I'm telling you. I thought we were not if okay, I hope I made my point. Someone says in Egypt, Morocco, Libya, and now Sudan. Please stop now. Did Islam get to Morocco the same way Islam got to Yoruba land? How did Islam get to Yoruba land? How did Islam get to Yoruba land? It was through trade. It was through war. Why are we making it look like it's the same thing? Again, I am not a Muslim. I don't even think, and I'm not naive to think that there are no extremist guys. The extremists amongst them, they exist. I've met some of them. They talk and I'm wondering what's wrong with them. But I cannot in good conscience start this thing of everybody that's a Muslim is doing taqiyya. I can't. Maybe you can. I don't understand how you were able to do it, but maybe you can. Someone said, White Kubo on YouTube says, the Fulani conquered Kanuri for 10 years. As soon as the Kanuri understood the jihad was tribal, they kicked them out of Borno in anger. The Kanuri were Muslims. I think you should listen more to former Muslims when they speak on this topic. If the Muslims don't understand Yoruba reality, I don't have to listen to them. And I'm not saying this because I listen to, let me tell you one funny thing. This morning, I still listened to a debate, in fact, 2 debates between Christians and Muslims on the veracity of parts of Quran. And I do it multiple times in a week. And I know where you're coming from. But I'm saying, if Yorubaness is your kinio, we all need to understand Quran first. You still don't get what I'm saying. I don't know how to explain. Everything you are saying is correct. I'm not saying you are wrong. Go Craft, nodding, M.Bravo, you are not wrong. All these things you are saying, people use Takia, Quran can be crazy, the verses, I know these things. What I am saying is that your conversation is not introducing the Yoruba bit into it at all. I'll give an example. In fact, it was something I was studying this morning. And somebody was trying to make a case. How did we get here? Someone was trying to make a case for the kind of Islam in the UAE and the Islam in northern Nigeria. And it became very clear that UAE had to do away with some parts of, quote unquote, the fundamental whatever, in order to be able to run a Western European engine underneath the facade of Islamic devotion. Although, when I say facade, doesn't mean that it's not real. It's still real, but it's not as concentrated as you will find with people who are cutting people's limbs because they have stolen money in northern Nigeria. But that underneath the stuff you see, the machinery itself is not powered by anything Islamic like that. It's powered really by Western, whether civilizations, whatever. I don't have to go into the depths of it, but the point I'm trying to make is that what you notice there, from my own understanding of what's happening in UAE, or let's say Dubai, for instance, it's a people reinterpreting their religion based on different things, e.g., the global culture, the Western civilization, their own local traditions, so that their Islam is now different from what you're going to see in Kaduna or in Kano or in Sokoto, but they're still Muslims. That's the point. So if you can look at UAE, for instance, the minister from UAE was the one telling Europe not to allow Muslims in there. I'm going to stop this Takia thing in a minute because I think I don't think you're going to listen to anything I'm saying, to be honest. But the point I'm trying to make is that as a Yoruba person, these things that some of you are doing on social media is actually what's going to cause the wala that is not existing yet. You now create it by saying that all of them are Takia, all of them are bad, all of them are terrible. Meanwhile, you go to Dubai, but you won't want to go to Afghanistan. What is the difference between Dubai and Afghanistan? Are they not both Muslims? It's not the same Quran. Yes, it's the same Quran. I know those verses. I don't like discussing, I've said it several times, I don't like apologist conversations, deep religious conversations on the topic because coma law, because people are going to get very emotional and start cursing themselves. What I'm saying is that as a Yoruba person, and this is a very big question, let me ask you in the comment section. I may be wrong. No, I won't even tell you anything. I'll just ask a question. If Yoruba culture is anything to go by, will Yoruba Muslims look like Afghanistan or like folks in Dubai? Just think about it. And you cannot wish away the influence of Yoruba people on Islam. For instance, we have small things like Asalatu. They didn't bring Asalatu to us as Yoruba Muslims. So where did they get that idea from? Where did they begin to have Baba Dini Baba Dini Musulumi le Yoruba? Where do we get that idea from? It's cultural. It's not Islamic. It's Yoruba. And the people that actually started it were Christians because they started with the African church in the late 19th century and early 20th century. And they began to have Iya Ijo, Baba Ijo, localizing Christianity. The Muslims did the same thing. They started having Baba Dini, Iya Dini, Baba Kiniko. All those things don't exist in the Quran. They don't exist you cannot find that in the North. Why? The cultural context is different. I'm just saying, all the theories that people talk about in Islam, I can't say they are wrong because I've actually seen it happen. But I'm saying that there's something they don't account for. And it's also something you're not accounting for in the comment section. What they don't account for is the culture of the people. E.g., what's happening in Dubai, because it's an almost entirely Islamic nation. Why is it fundamentally different from Afghanistan? And don't tell me it's Takia. Why is Abu Dhabi different from, give me one name in Afghanistan, any of the towns. Why is it different? Are they not both Muslims? Why are they different? Why is Islam in Yoruba land different from Islam in the North today? I know we are beginning to see some extremists, but as we are right now, why are Muslims in Yoruba land different from, when I began to take this thing seriously, it was when, I've always taken it seriously, to be honest, but when I saw it, let me put it this way, when I began to see a different side to this and began to appreciate Yoruba Muslims more, was when we were having the conversation about Deborah. When Deborah was killed in the North, and Muslims were discussing it, things like that, I won't speak because it's better to just listen to them. So I was listening to Muslims have the conversation about why Deborah was killed in Sokoto. And one of them said, it is not in the Quran. And the northern guy said, doesn't matter. It's in the Hadith. We have a right to do it. We are protecting Kiniko. That's what they were saying. Even the most educated of the northerners were saying the same thing in that conversation. Then I heard what the Yoruba Muslims were saying. They're like, if it's in the Hadith and it's not in the Quran, we're not going to follow it. Why? Why did they say that thing? Is this something to do with their culture as Yoruba people? I'm a Christian, so I'm not advocating for Islam. Let's make that very clear. What I'm saying is that why did they sound different from the northerners who are talking about the same thing? Could it be? Maybe it's in the Quran. Someone said it's not in the Quran, it's the Quran. That's not even my point. It may be in the Quran, it may not be there. I'm not a Muslim. My question is just this. Could it be that they had this aversion for killing because of their cultural references or cultural reference as Yoruba people? Is that why? Someone says that's the Omoluabi. Okay. So what makes you think that Omoluabi does not exist amongst Yoruba people? You know, when Professor Wande Abimbola was trying to build the Zifa Center in Oyo, one of the people that gave money for that thing was Are Muslimi Yoruba, Alhaji Arishekola. I mean, it's in the public space. Why did he do that? Everything you say, I'm not against it, but please, as a Yoruba person, you can't be driving this thing the way you are doing it. You are going to alienate Yoruba people, and you're going to get what you're looking for. Just my advice. If you like, keep calling them Takia, keep saying that all of them are the same. But I don't believe so, by the way. It's a dangerous thing to think, oh. I don't think we even know the extent of this thing. They're all Takia, they're all Takia. As long as I see the difference between Yoruba Muslims and Northern Muslims, you know, some says our naivety will be our destruction if we're not careful. You know, I think we should move away from this. You're not going to listen to me, and I definitely will not listen to you. And the reason I'm not listening to you is not because you are wrong. It's because you have not factored in anything Yoruba in your conversation, your research. I've done the research, and I'm sure you have done the same. I've read your work, and it's true. Again, I'm affirming that what you are saying is true. I cannot say you are lying because I've seen your work and I know you are right. But I'm saying that you are not you are not putting the Yoruba factor in it. How about this if Yoruba factor see? Kákó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ráwọn tó ń gé orí ara wọn lẹ̀ Yorùbá àti ìrìbá yẹn tí wọ́n jẹ́ àrírú ẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n kí ló máa jẹ́ ká má rí irú ẹ̀? Someone says, I'm not just comfy with adherence for those Abrahamic religions, especially Islam. Sorry. No, it's okay. That's your own personal thing. It's okay. But what are you going to do about it? I mean, what are we really going to do about these people in our families? That's the point. What are we going to do about it? And the final say, okay, you know what? Let me even answer because of so that I want us to move on. M. Bravo, what are you going to do? Let's assume that everything you're saying is right. Let's even say everything I've said right now is wrong. Let's even say I don't know what I'm talking about. You know everything you're saying. Agreed. What are you now going to do to Yoruba Muslims? That's my question. What are you going to do to Yoruba Muslims? Wọ́n ní mo sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dá kò lè kí la máa ṣe sáwọn Yorùbá tó jẹ́ Muslim kí la máa ṣe sí wọn. Àti tí ó ń ṣe tàkíyà o àti tí ò ṣe tàkíyà o kí la máa ṣe fún wọn. Ṣé ká kó wọn papọ̀ ká tiẹ̀ fẹ̀yìn wọn tàgbá ni àbí ká gbẹ́lẹ̀ kan ká rìn wọ́n mọ́bẹ̀ kí la fẹ́ ṣe kí ni ká wá ṣe báyìí? If you have the answer, please let us know and then. Ọ̀rọ̀ bàbá ẹ̀ tí mo fẹ́ play lẹ́ẹ̀kan ọ̀rọ̀ governor wọn ní maybe I'll play it later. Governor wọn ní Anambra. Èmi ti sá lọ, ẹ mọ̀ sá lọ o. No, you are going to finish what you started though. What are you going to do about these Muslims? No, it's okay. Ẹ má worry, àjọ wà ní M. We go way back. We have not answered my question though. What are we going to do to the Muslims amongst us in Yoruba land? If we go by what you are saying, let's assume that you are the one who is right and I don't know what I'm talking about. So, what are we going to do about it? You have answered? Let me go back and read it. I have laid everything bare to my family. The Muslims have 3 months to change or we go our ways. Is that the solution? Okay. That's the solution. Okay. Oh, I don't want to bring you up because let me not bring it up, so don't change the topic. See, me, my advice is this to all Yoruba people. Elevate conversations on this matter by focusing on our shared heritage, which is our Yorubaness, and making it very clear that we should continue to do what we've been doing, so that because in other reasons it's in spite, because or and in spite of your religions, you maintain your Yorubaness and you keep it at the forefront. That is a conversation to be had. This same thing happened in Singapore. I like Singapore, and it's similar to what the Konyu said. You're not going to turn everybody into Christians. You're going to turn everybody into Muslims. You're going to change anything. What you're going to do is that, and in the Yoruba way, by the way, see, if we're talking 200 years ago and we're talking like this, I'll get it. Our fathers have evolved. We have to have these conversations on the evolution of Islam and Christianity. We're discussing Christianity, we'll talk about Islam at some point. So that we don't destroy our land. You can cut your nose to spite your face. There's something here that you don't really like. You now begin to try to whittle it out, whittle until you break the plate and it is now useless. My answer, and people may not like it. Some people like revolution. Me, I like reforms. I like reformation, not revolution. Those who are shouting revolution, they have no plans for after the revolution. They'll just revolt and that's it. If you want to create a better society, this is my advice. I hope you take it. If you don't take it, that's okay. But here's my point. We have to intentionally drive the message of Yoruba identity without necessarily coloring it with any religion, whether it is Christian, Islam, or traditional religion. Yoruba culture is not synonymous with Yoruba traditional religion. Let's make that very clear. Yoruba culture is not synonymous with Yoruba traditional religion. To be Yoruba does not mean you have to worship or venerate Yoruba deities. That is not what it means to be Yoruba. You can decide to be an atheist. You still be Yoruba. If the conversation is only at the level of religion, we are going to cause the wala that the one you have not seen before. Now you go cause them. Oh, he's Sakia. Oh, he's Muslim. They have a plan. Are there people that have plans? Yes. Let me tell you the truth. Under God, the people that can help you fight the people with the plan are the Muslims that are level-headed as Yoruba people. They are the ones that can actually help you against them. Just like the Muslims amongst us were the ones who, with us, fought in 1840 when the Fulani and the Mohammedans were trying to get over Yoruba land. Even though many of the Fulani people were Muslims, the Muslim Yoruba people still fought against those ones. And guess what? There were Yoruba people on that side as well, and they caught them and beheaded them. The Yoruba Muslims, Tori Wonpe, are the ones with the rest of the Yoruba brethren that took the Yoruba Muslims that went to be with the Fulani, took them, cut their heads off. If you are going to deal with the extremists who are rearing their ugly heads in Yoruba land, you are going to need the quote-unquote moderate, normal Yoruba Muslims. You can't alienate all of them and now become a thing where all the Muslims are extremists, but we hate them. We want to flush them out in 3 months. Nílẹ̀ bàbá wọn. Ilẹ̀ tán forí ní wọ̀. We are Yoruba people. Ogun òkó wa ńlẹ̀. Kí kọ́ wọ́n fi tipátipá sọ̀rọ̀ kankan di Muslim. A Yoruba person, I think I should have a Mole. Excuse me. The Yoruba philosophers began to critique Islam, and they had conversations about it. I've had professors who are Muslims discuss Ojimole, and they have to understand the fact that this is how these people see you. My advice, again, I said it before, I'm going to say just one more time. If a Yoruba person, Christian or Muslim or traditional worshiper, or atheist or Buddhist, whatever you believe in, or whatever you don't even believe in anything at all, that your Yoruba must be at the forefront. This is a family matter. Ethnic identity is a primary thing. You should be able to speak Yoruba regardless of your religion. You should wear Yoruba clothes and talk Yoruba and think Yoruba and understand the fact that, and by the way, anybody who says push all these people out, to be honest, is actually not also using Yoruba ideology. Let me tell you something. I don't know if you're going to like it. That thing of we're going to break everybody out is actually that extremist Islamic ideology. It's not Yoruba. And I see it particularly amongst people who are, in some religion just getting up today. That thing that says every Muslim in Yoruba land must live in the Kinikon, that thing is actually the extremist Islamic ideology. It is not the Yoruba ideology. And if we lift up our Yoruba thing, if we lift up our Yoruba identity, but báyìí lọ ṣe ń ṣe lẹ́yìn ilẹ̀ yìí o. Tó bá ń ṣẹ̀sìn yẹn, ìwọ kọ́ máa kápá wọn kò. Why did we even begin to have this pushback? It's not because of the Wahhabism and MS, and it's a present danger. It's real. I'm not saying you are lying again. I'm not saying you are lying. I'm just saying that if you want to quell it, you're not going to quell it by alienating Muslims. You're going to have to embrace them and show them what it means to be Yoruba, or else. Abrahamic religion, let them live. How many are you percentage-wise in Yoruba land? What's your strategy? You are in the minority. Oh. Let's pretend ourselves the truth. You are in the minority. Oh, I hate this Abrahamic religion. I don't like them. If you don't like them, it's okay. I understand. But we'll push them out. How? Okay. It's the truth, Shao. It's an uncomfortable truth. You are in the minority, and it's going to backfire badly. So let's just do the normal thing. I will say, Shao, go to the Reverend guy. And Shoko will not know that there is children. Is that somebody come to me now and says he's going to send Ogun to me? You don't think Ogun will recognize that I'm his son? You don't think Shogo will recognize I'm his relative? Say I'm a Muslim, for instance. I mean, I'm a Christian, but I am still a descendant of some people. Someone said, but I'm a Christian now. That's the problem that you guys are having. I'm a Christian. That's my faith. I'm Yoruba. That's my ethnic identity. And my ethnic identity, I'm a descendant of Ogun. I'm a descendant of Oromiyan. I'm a descendant of Odudua. One day, somebody was having a conversation and say, Eshu kinikon, omo Eshu, nemi mi onsho omo Eshu. If you mention Ogun now, I'm his descendant. If you mention Oromiyan, if you mention Odudua, I'm his direct descendant. There's nothing Ogun can do to me. Why? Because he's my father. Will my father kill me because I'm taking another religion? Ogun cannot kill me. Not because I'm proud or arrogant, but because that's my blood. It's not about whether I'm a Christian or not a Christian. I'm Yoruba. Baba miniye. You are thinking about it from a religious perspective. I'm telling you from a cultural perspective, I am vitally connected to Ogun because that's my lineage. That's me. So you think that Ogun now say, who are the Christians here? I'll kill them. Ogun will look around and say, this one is my son. I'm his son. You ask Ogun to go and kill you, you'll just be surprised that Ogun will not call you, or shall go not call you for a meeting and say, wait, oh. The people you say I should go and be killed, they're my children, no. Why should I kill them? Because they don't believe in the religion. Which religion? They are still my children. Someone says, so Christians say they fear Ogun. That is what I said right now. Does that sound like fear? That's knowledge. That's not fear. What I said, how is that fear? See, Ogun becomes a human now for some reason. We all be our war in your war. And I see Ogun, I'll embrace him. That's my blood. And by the way, I have this conversation with my children. I tell them, I'll say it several times, we have this genealogy. I can trace my own lineage all the way back. And I'll say several times, in my lineage, 3 of my ancestors are venerated as deities in Yoruba land. But they are my personal ancestors. That means that I am vitally connected to them. Fear, this is not fear. Fear will be like, Ogun, what the fuck on me? Ogun will listen for me. Baba mi logun. My father, my direct biological father, when I was alive, we didn't agree on many things. Even faith. He was a Christian, I was a Christian, but I outgrew some things at a point, But regardless, he's still my father. I'm still his son. It's the same thing with Ogun. If you see him as Orisha, I get it, and that's fine. But some of us just they whine you. I know you are whining me, but I think it's also an opportunity to say it, because the flip side is that there are also Christians who hear these names and feel like, Ogunlakaye Oshimole. And yes, it's Ogunlakaye Oshimole, but why are you afraid? I don't get it. But even if you say a Christian, you're afraid of a deity, your Christianity also is questionable. That's one. But even from a perspective of where you bat enemy, what about issue? Issue is this just on social media? See people glorify the issue. Even Babalawos don't talk about issue the way people talk about social media. Say, issue. Because let me tell you what they are doing. They are trying to reclaim issue from not Satan, and then everybody now say their own issue. I'm like, really? Of course not. You cannot all be on issue. That's just ridiculous. Because they are trying to take the name back, which I understand. They're trying to take the name back. So that's not, all of us are on issue. Like one day somebody came to me and said, "You want issue?" The person thinks he wants to trigger me. That's another funny thing. A lot of ignorant people trying to trigger people. I say, "I'm not on issue." Say, "On issue." I'm like, what kind of dumb nonsense is this? Who told you that once you're a Yoruba person, you're on issue? Who says that? Who told you that? And I told him the deity that I am connected to. And I see them as ancestors, and I respect them as ancestors, but I don't necessarily have to go on into the spirituality of it. It is well. Christians too, you too. Let us also calm down. Like, you have family members, don't you? If I tell some Christians here and say that you are connected to, let's say, Winston Churchill, and I'm not placing him at the same level as Ogun. No, I'm just giving an example of a hero, an English hero, a British hero, or I say you're a descendant of King Arthur. Mr. Remy, I'm not responding to you, Emike. I'm not responding to you. This is actually a bigger thing for me. Excuse me. If we speak amongst ourselves and we have this conversation, let's say, for instance, you're connected to maybe your father or somebody in your family is English, and I tell you that you're connected to King Arthur. How would that make you feel? Or even Lancelot. How would that make you feel? Well, that's how I feel when I remember who I'm connected to. And it doesn't have to do with the Bible. I think, we have to get serious with our culture. And that's what we should be doing along. That's what we should be doing. Our culture. What's your Riki? Who is your father? Who is your father's father? If you can read Matthew 1 and you can be telling me Adam beget Abel, and Abel beget this, and Seth, and Seth beget Adam beget Seth, and Seth beget Enos, and you can trace all the way to Terah and Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and 12 sons. You should be able to trace your own lineage as well. It gives you a sense of identity. I think we are losing that, and that's why it becomes very easy for anybody to just come with one Islamic ideology that's extreme in nature and put it in our head, and we assume that we have to find a link to Arab or find a link to Israel. You are Otikpe as a Yoruba person. Forget religion. Even if you're an atheist, Okpe, in terms of you have a place in this world. You didn't just drop. You are connected. You go back thousands of years, and you can name the people that you have taught Shewa. It gives you a sense of identity in this world. Let alone if you now bring your faith in, but it grounds you. And that's why by the time you now take any faith, you will now be able to infuse your unique cultural identity in that faith, not in a way to syncretize to spirituality, but you can introduce your own cultural identity or cultural uniqueness into the practice of that faith. That's what makes you say that, oh, those are Yoruba Christians, those are Arab Christians. Not that you now have this uniformity because you want to do, someone asked a question, says, Prof, please answer. Ogun is useful when needed as a Yoruba person, but all glory belongs to Jesus. I know what you are saying, but that's not what you are saying. I'm not sure you know me. I'm not saying go to Ogun to go and ask for something. That's another problem. All of us, regardless of your faith, most of us, let me put it that way because I'm not one of that thing. Most of us, our relationship with deities and God is based on what we can get from him. That's the only reason you can type what you are typing, craft. You said he is useful, but all glory belongs to God, because in your mind is a transactional thing. It's a transactional relationship. I'm with Ogun for what Ogun can give to me. Then if he gives it to me, I'm not going to give glory to God. That's not what I'm coming from. I don't belong in that. I'm talking about having the knowledge of where you're from, not necessarily subscribing to spirituality. I don't subscribe to traditional spirituality. I don't. And why do you guys confuse religion and culture? Religion is just a subset of culture. The identity of a person is larger than his religion. You can decide not to be religious and you still be Yoruba. Religion is just a subset. It's like food. It's like clothing. Everything is important. But if, for instance, you wear shirt and tie right now, does that mean you are no longer Yoruba? Because you are wearing shirt and tie and you are wearing suit, has that changed your identity? Why do you always have to chalk everything down to... I don't tell Ogun to do anything for me. Because my understanding of Ogun is not based on transaction. It's based on respect for my ancestor. I'm not looking to him to do me any favor. Do you have a relationship with your father based on what he can give you? I mean, my dad, I have children, so we don't see anything else apart from Cotton Lake Balaomi. No. It's not about transaction. It's about family tree. It's family tree. When it comes to my spirituality, I'm 100% Christian as far as spirituality is concerned, and I make no apologies for that because that's the one I know. But my family tree, I cannot throw my family tree away because I'm a Christian. As a matter of fact, I have to come through that family tree in order to become a Christian. And I cannot suddenly say that I don't know anything about Ogun. It's literally my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. Like, if you look at my family tree, his name is there. He gave birth to Romeo. You can see the thing in my family. I cannot now say I'm Mori, but also, again, Yoruba people, spirituality is not... Yoruba is not just a spiritual, religious... We are a civilization. There's philosophy, there's commerce, there's trade, there's innovation, there's science, there's arts. There's so many things about us as a people. Religion is just one thing. This is why we're always having problems shouting Muslim, Muslim. Religion is just one thing. Just one thing. Just one. It's important, but a person can stand up right now and say he doesn't want to do it. You know, today's topic, I have to jump to today's topic. When Shango introduced, let's just jump to the topic. Let me read something to you. I'm going to read a book called A History of Theatre in Africa. Now, again, Matrition, they have removed Farouk. Otobe. Mumbo. Now you have distracted me. Mumbo. Papa, my error for Dangote. You can't do that thing to him, man. I'm coming though. First, I didn't got on comment section. Breaking news: Farouk Ahmed Komolafe resign as Tinubu seeks Senate approval for new NMDPRA and NUPRC chiefs. He hasn't finished how. The war has not ended, but this is a good win. He just won this battle. I hope he wins the war, and I think he will. But let's get back to what we're discussing. It's good news. I'll read something to you from. So I put out an information the other day, and somebody said, "Oh, you guys you're always doing Christianity." Again, one of the issues. There's so much we don't know. But one of the beautiful things about life is that acknowledge it when you don't know it, instead of saying the person who is saying it doesn't know what he's saying. This document is actually a journal. Excuse me. A History of Theatre in Africa. This particular part is called Anglophone West Africa. It's written by Nigeria, Dakwa Adelugba and Olu Obafemi, with additional material by Shola Deyemi. I won't read everything, apparently, because we don't have that time. I want to read something quite interesting. The popular traditional theater, Mbo, just a second. I'm trying to see. Okay. Perhaps the most conspicuous area of controversy is in the determination and classification of these performances as ritual or as drama. These debates have been articulated in the annals of theater scholarship in Nigeria and require only an informative summary here. Let me go to this other part. Using the 7-day-long Edi festival of Ile-Ife as a benchmark, Olarotimi draws a distinction between the ritual aspect and the dramatic displays, while highlighting the gradual metamorphosis that takes place in the process. I'll explain more. Using the 7-day-long Edi festival, we have this thing in Ife every year. That's when Moremi is also celebrated. Using the 7-day-long Edi festival of Ile-Ife as a benchmark, Olarotimi, the same one, the author of Goes to Play, Olarotimi draws a distinction between the ritual aspect while highlighting the gradual metamorphosis that takes place in the process. In other words, even in that event, everything you see in that festival is not ritual or spiritual. Some are entertainment and they are embedded in it. And that's why people keep doing those things without having necessarily to do that ritual part all through the year. They will dance, they will play, they will do all those things. He had to separate those two things, but that's not where I'm going. Yoruba traditional theater, I'll tell you that again, Yoruba traditional traveling theater, also known as Alarinjo or Egun Alare, is one of the most reliable aesthetic formats of Nigerian theater, one which perceives theater as growing out of and along with ritual. The Alarinjo itinerant professional theater exhibits 3 developmental stages of ritual, festival, and theater. Bitimon Lorio, espousing the above evolutionary trend from about the 14th century. This is where I'm going. Someone says, what did Ogun Alaafin worship during his lifetime? Ogun was not Alaafin. Ogun was Oni. Ogun was not Alaafin. Ogun was Oni. But we'll get back to that later. Mumbo, we'll talk about it. The question you're asking is making me remember something, but I'll explain. I'll explain. Please, just please remind me maybe another 15, 20 minutes, please. Thank you. I would like to actually talk about it because it's actually very interesting. And it's a very important question. The people we worship or venerate also venerated some other beings. Who were those beings? There's a book, A History of the Yoruba People by Stephen Banjakito. It's going to help us when we get there. Let me just quickly read some things here. It says here, from about the 14th century, this is where I'm going. From about the 14th century, when Shango, the deified Alaafin of Oyo, according to oral history, founded the ancestor worship Egungun festival to honor his departed father. So they're talking about an evolutionary trend of ritual, festival, and theater. And they said about the 14th century, Shango, the deified Alaafin of Oyo, according to oral history, founded the ancestor worship Egungun festival to honor his departed father. The festival was formalized 2 centuries later into a seasonal lineage festival of specialized dance displays. These were then refined into purely entertainment guilds as professional Yoruba theater. The transformation, which is regarded as the quintessential evolution of Nigerian traditional theater, needs expanding upon. We'll explain later, but here's the point I think it's trying to make here. When you hear Shango, all you hear, or most of us here, not all of us, but I know a lot of you are very educated and you know these things. What most people hear is Inoloju Shango Okoya. It's difficult sometimes to understand the fact that some of the things that we do right now, we use the word Nigba Washe, the phrase Nigba Washe, from the beginning of time. Nigba Ti Washe. But in reality, some of those things are dated. E.g., Egungun was introduced into our space by Shango in the 14th century. So people are going to fight you over that because they don't think it should be dated. Why? Because they see everything from a spiritual lens. There's no need to understand the genius of Shango to introduce something as a human. He has to always be the spiritual person, or else they cannot understand him. Like what I was saying about Ogun. And once as far as they're concerned, if you cannot acknowledge, let me tell you something. One of the things that make these people who they are was what they did. I read something last week from an SFR. I hope the book is still here. I hope it is here. I'd like to reread that thing. Sorry, there's a I can say it offhand, but I don't want to misquote. There's a particular phrase. Give me a second. Let me get that book. Hopefully this time I'm just going to keep it here permanently. I want to read something to you to understand our relationship with our ancestors. There is the veneration part, which some people choose, and that's fine, because they have a choice. But there's other parts that I think a lot of us miss out on. Give me a second, please. Thank you so much for staying tuned. I'll try something to you. Are we ready? We're going back to the Shango thing. What Shango did do. We're going to get back to it in a bit. Again, I'm not having a religious conversation because some people get angry, and some Yoruba people that when Yoruba people insult me, I actually feel sorry for them because number one, they are very ignorant. Yes, I said it. They just fight. They fight like the extremists they are insulting in Islam. Just be fighting. Everybody fight. And they don't even know what they are saying. Someone says, we have a spirit POV because their cultures have imposed their religion on us, so our heroes must be God's. Their cultures did not make... Jeez, man. It's... Both of us contributed to this issue. The foreigners demonized these heroes, but we also spiritualized these heroes. And both groups are wrong. The foreigners, Christians, Muslims, they see every Kimi and say, one bunny, and demonize it. The ones who are in traditional Yoruba and say, everything you are seeing like this, I got to my bunny. Both of them are wrong. And this is the reason we cannot even have conversations about our hero. Me, I can say it because they are my own ancestors, if you like, or they're forgotten. Because you cannot deny me of my surname because you think everything is spiritual. That's your own business. But we have to think as human beings. You need people to hold on to. And I'll get to where I'm going. Orunmila wí èèyàn ní dòrìṣà. Èmi náà wí èèyàn ní dòrìṣà bára àgbọn ní rẹ̀gún. Ó ní ògùn tẹ́ rí òun èèyàn ni. Ó lè èèyàn ní nígbà tó gbọ́n tó lágbára òun ni wọ́n fi ń bọ́. Ó ní ṣọ̀kò tẹ́ rí òun ó ní èèyàn ní nígbà tó gbọ́n tó lágbára ni wọ́n fi ń bọ́. Ẹni tó gbọ́n ni wọ́n ń bọ́ èèyàn ní dòrìṣà. The point of that is, I had to read it. You know what? I think, if I quote it, you will not say that I didn't read it now. I don't have to always read. But it's important to read these things. The point is, the fact that they have become Orisha does not mean that one ṣèyàn or one jẹ́yàn rí. M.Bravo, please calm down. I did not mention Irumole. I mentioned Orisha. Let's not do this. Ejo. If I did not say Irumole, Irumole has to do with... Somebody asked me that question, and I'll come back to it when I'm answering the question somebody asked me about. Kinon Bongbaye. In your column, Irumole are primordial spirits. No, you're not adding clarification. You're actually adding confusion because we didn't mention Irumole at all. The conversation is about Orisha, not Irumole. And the conversation is about Shogo, Ogun. These are people who have descendants. These are people who introduce innovative solutions into how we do things in Yoruba land. And if you want to talk about theater, especially from a traditional perspective, you're going to mention Shogo because of the Egungun festival that was introduced by him. If that becomes, if you can't talk about it like that, we just have to say about worship, then that means that we are not acknowledging the other things that they did. For instance, Shogo in performing arts, Ogun in tech. I like to call Ogun tech bro. Someone says both Shogo Ogun are both Shogo and Ogun are not Irumole. They are Jesus is Lord. You guys know more than the Ifa self. You even know more than Ifa. Can you imagine? You even know more than Ifa. Well done. Where was I? Just give me a while. Just hold on. If I'm not saying anything on that matter, let's just leave it for a while. Let me just hold on to it because I can't be bothered with. If a person is talking about a particular thing and you introduce something else, you're not clarifying what the person is saying. You are bringing a different conversation, which has nothing to do with what we're discussing. Ogun is even in the blood. Which Ogun was in the blood? I think at this point, people will call Einstein and Romole. God will bless you, dark poet. If some of us had met Einstein, he equals MC squared. That would be... You know what? Let me just continue what I want to say. What was I going? When Alaafin Ogbolu, the capital city had been removed from Katunga to Oyo Igboho due to successful incessant attacks by a predatory army. Ogbolu resolved to move the seat of government back to Katunga, but most of the people did not support the idea. Most had been born in exile, and some still remember the anguish suffered from the attacks. Excuse me. Another reason why the people did not want to leave Igbo, and perhaps the most convincing reason advanced, is that Igbo was by then well settled and securely fortified. More so, it is not too distant from the banks of the River Niger, and the people had developed good trading links with the Bogu and Nupe tribes further north. Leading the vanguard, please, Emma, I'll come to everything I write in the comment section. I promise. The vanguard of the opposition was the King's Council in Chamber, the 6 high-ranking chiefs known as the Oyomesi, led by the Alakbini, who was also the representative of the Egungun court, which, by the way, is from Nupe. Talk for another day. Customarily, emissaries would have to be sent to the old site of the capital city for reconnaissance, but the Oyomesi sent ahead of the king's emissaries 6 ghost murmurs to frighten them off the site, effectively convincing the king that the ancestors and the gods were in support of the relocation. The ghost murmurs sent by the Oyomesi each represented a councillor: the albino Alakbini, the leper Ashipa, the hunchback Bashorun, the prognathos Samu, the cripple Akiniku, and the dwarf Laguna. This talk character succeeded in frightening away the king's advance party. The royal symbolist Ologmi Ologbojo himself, a member of the Egungun cult, advised the king to send 6 famous and trustworthy hunters to investigate the situation at Katunga. The hunters captured the ghost murmurs, who were brought to the palace, where they became entertainers under Ologmi Ologbojo. It is related that the first public performance they had with the Oyomesi present was the enactment of the story of the ghost catcher. I want to explain something. You know, if you look at the event that happened between Obatala and Oduduwa, that event is reenacted every year in Ile-Ife. We call it a takpa. That thing is a form of drama. What you're writing in the comment section sincerely has changed what I'm trying to say. The comment section is they're in a different world. And I cannot tell you that I'm not distracted. Do you know anything about Odu Imole? Okay, you're asking educators, not me. Okay, if you ask me, I'll respond. Let me leave the book, because this thing, let me just calm down. You should understand what I'm saying before you call it ignorance. Me, no. Okay, maybe he's talking to somebody else. Let's go back. Let me go back, because I cannot be going one way and my comment section is going on that way. Me. No, we're not resuming the program. Let me talk to what they're saying. You know what? We'll come back to this book. Somebody asked, what was it Ogunbo? The elders. Now, I have to be very careful what I'm about to say. Not because it's wrong, but because people have used that same Mombo. Somebody called Ogun Alujono. Jesus is Lord. Yoruba Ronu. We'll go back to the book in a bit. By my talking. Okay, don't worry. Okay, let's say it this way. Somebody asked earlier that what was Ogun worshipping? Our fathers, our ancestors, primarily, and I think I've said this thing before, primarily they worshipped elements, the elements. They worshipped the elements. You will see references to the earth, to the river, to mountains, and later on to thunder as well, and also thunder or fire. there were some individuals that lived. See, one of the issues with Yoruba history is how myth are pushed like historical accounts, and how history is lost in the myth. But think about Farabale, to back our myth, to back our myth, you find the history there, but you have to extract the history from the myth. They use the history to create a myth. The myth is not history, but the myth is not a lie. E.g., when you hear Oba Koso, you may think it's a lie because if you're looking at it from a perspective of history, the truth is Oba Yeso. Oba Koso is a myth that they had to use to cover something that really happened. So you have to be willing, excuse me, you have to be willing to extract that that history myth. It's not that the myth is a lie, it's just that the myth is trying to explain something different. So let me give an example. When we say Oduduwa fell or to say, there are different ways to understand what that is. It's a myth of that descent. It's a myth of origin and descent, but the real issue, the real point that historians want to hold on to is the descent. The assumption that it was descending from a hill, the assumption that it was, arriving a particular space. All those things are historically factual, but the idea of heaven is a myth. Again, it doesn't mean it's a lie, but it's not trying to tell you the story. I'm going somewhere with this. In our myth, we have names of certain personages that we now associate with certain elements. And if you say, I don't want to talk about myth because it has become the religious belief of certain people. Do you understand? But the point is that Oshun was a person. But the worship or the veneration of rivers predates the person. I'm not talking about the myth or the religious bit now, the spiritual bit. Those who take it as spiritual or religious, whatever they believe is okay. But we are Yoruba people just talking history. Oshun was a person. Ogun was a person. Now, there are certain people who sometimes they confer on them the traits, characteristics of let me use the word irumole. Oma confer on a particular person, but that doesn't mean that person is actually that thing. E.g., and we talked about this some time ago, that Orishanla predates Obatala as a person. But later, they started calling Obatala Orishanla. The same thing happened to certain people, not all, because not all, but certain people, e.g. Ogun as well. Scholars have said that the idea of Lakaye existed before the Ogun person. It could be okay. Orishanla, and this was before Batala. It could be Odo. Excuse me. It could be Okun. I mean, so it's not like all of them. It's a bit difficult not to cross into myth with all these things. The myth will tell you that they came from heaven and they did all those things. But the historical aspect is that these were people that were so great, that were elevated in the consciousness of their people, to the point where certain characteristics that belong to primordial spirits were attributed to them. So, for instance, you hear things like, again, this is not religious, so I don't. You hear things like, think about it. Let me ask a question. If you hear something like Ogun was one who had the Ada and it cleared the path to the earth, what comes to your mind? The religious understanding is the fact that he came first and he had a sword and then he cleared the path and everybody arrived. And if that's your belief, that's okay. I'm not talking about the belief. That's the myth. But it's telling you about technological advancement and innovation. He's seen as a person who championed the innovation or the use of iron. See, in Yoruba land, we went from stone to iron. In Europe, they had ice age, stone age, bronze age, iron age. We didn't have bronze age. We just went straight to iron. And one person who knew how to bend and smelt and use and fashion iron was Ogun. So it will make sense that if you're looking at the way they got to earth, the person that will be clearing the path will be the person who knows how to use iron. And that's why you notice that everybody that has anything to do with iron will venerate Ogun. Primarily because he's the patron saint of everyone that does anything that has to do with iron. In actual fact, it's like if you want to have a meeting right now, and we do this every time, if you notice, if we're talking Nigerian politics, there's a name I always mention, and it's Yoruba. What's the person's name? Please, in the comment section. I always mention his name every time I'm discussing Nigerian politics, and I'm talking about the Yoruba aspect of it. Anybody knows the name of that person in the comment section? Awo. Exactly. So if we're going to discuss Yoruba politics in Nigeria, and you don't mention Awo, you must be joking. It's like that. If you're going to mention iron works and you don't mention Ogun, you must be joking. Every time I say Papa, Awo, what am I doing? I'm acknowledging the fact that he's our father in this field. If we stretch this thing, we can actually create a shrine for Awo and make it spiritual. It is possible, by the way. People have done it for less men. And they've done it in the last 50 years. Not for Awo, for some less humans. Don't to Awo in caliber. Want that shrine for? I want you to see a video. I don't know if it's on this. I hope it's on this device. I really do hope it's on this device. If it's not on this device, I'm going to look for it. I need you to see that video. I didn't prepare to show you, so I didn't we see a delay. But now that we are here, the point I'm making will become a bit clearer if I show you something. Let me see if I can find. I hope it's on this device. I put the other device lower. This happened in. God is good. It's here. You know what? Let me transfer it to the bigger device. It happened in Taiwan. It's happened in Taiwan. Chairman Mao, they had this thing between the Democratic Forces and the Communist Party. And the Communist Party won. Those other guys ran away. About 1 million of them moved from China to Taiwan. I want to show you how they relate with the general that took them to Taiwan. Give me a second. I think you're going to like this. It makes my point easier it makes the point I'm trying to make, actually. It makes it a bit even easier to understand. Let me transfer it to this device. You will like this. Mambo. And you see, you two will now be able to look at what we are doing. And if you're a Christian, for instance, and you were shocked when I said Ogu is my father, you understand where I'm coming from. And when I say father, I'm talking about, I'm not just saying it flippantly. I'm saying like, actually, father. It doesn't have to be your father. I'm just using, the point I'm trying to make you understand in a bit. More transfer, you need to watch this thing. Don't go anywhere. It will be worth it, I promise. Timba for your phone, dada. It's almost there. Quick save, okay. Good. Okay, let me check if it's here now. This happened again in Taiwan. You know, China and Taiwan are doing all this thing of one China. The Chinese guys don't like to. Okay, it's here now. Let me just download it. That they don't like to hear that it's a different entity. They want to make it clear that it's the same. So this is the general that led people from China, from mainland China to. I'm looking for it. I'm trying to get a number of things at the same time. This is exciting. You like it? The general that moved people from mainland China to Taiwan is somebody that people respect, right? Even China still respects him. His family house is preserved. By the way, he's not yet buried. He's still in Taiwan. He has been dead for about 50 years or so or more, but he has not been buried because his dream is to be buried in mainland China. So his body is still preserved in Taiwan. I said everything I'm saying right now is going to make sense in a bit. Okay, I found it. Yeah, we have it. Let's watch.
In search of 大家都没有好处，便宜了美国人。In search of peace, Lin kneels before an unlikely god, Chiang Kai-shek. 想供保佑国家风调雨顺，国泰民安。For the people of Dachan, rescued and resettled here 70 years ago, gratitude has turned into worship. Temples have been built in the late Generalissimo's name. Lin tends to one of them. 因为台湾不管建设是蒋公在打理管理，他现在的国家现在的执政，我们有一些真的有一些意见，所以我们只有祈求他保佑国家国泰民安，风调雨顺。70 years ago, the people of Dachan chose.
Someone says, are you saying this is what we do in Yoruba land? This is what every culture in the world does. Let's not even joke about it. And this is what we would have done with Awolowo if he had lived, say, in the 15th century and the 16th century. This is what every culture, every ancient culture does the exact same thing. And this is what we did. And that's Nidorisha. Oromila wí èèyàn ní dòrìṣà, èmi náà wí èèyàn ní dòrìṣà bára àgbọn nìrègún. Ó ní oògùn tẹ́ ríhun, ó léèyàn ní nígbà tó gbọ́n tó lágbára, ó ní wọ́n fi ń bọ́. Ó ní wọ́n fi ń bọ́. The general, no, this is not Confucius. Confucius is ancient. This is in the 1940s, 1950s. This is in Taiwan. Jiang Sheng, that's the name of the general. This is not about religious comparison. M. Bravo, I don't do that on TikTok. I'm not sure you can take religious. This is not about comparative religion. This is about cultural evolution. When we talk about these things, why do you go to, is it what the Christians do, what the Muslims do? This is not about, am I telling you about what? You think about these deities only from a religious perspective. That's the problem. And that's what's happening with these ones too. But we don't do that with Awolowo because it's recent. This matter, I beg. No, you don't even get it. The point is, this person, Jiang Sheng, the general that moved a million people from China into Taiwan, has become a deity in Taiwan, and temples have been built for him. And we are saying that if we wanted to do it, I didn't say that's what we did. I said if we wanted to do it, that's the same thing we would have done to Awo. How does that mean Christian Islam? Why do you guys like all this religious versus? It's not about religion. This is not Irumole. This is Orisha. That is also what this man is. I wish, you know what, let me read to you what he's saying. Let me read to you what he said. Maybe because you couldn't. I'll be reading the subtitle.
In search of peace, Lin kneels before an unlikely god, Chiang Kai-shek.
It says, Lord Chiang, protect our land. Bless us with peace and prosperity.
For the people of Dachan, rescued and resettled here
These people were rescued and resettled 70 years ago. So as far as they're... Oh, you saw it. Oh, I didn't know you saw it. So as far as they're concerned, this person that saved 1 million people is deserving of worship. So as far as we are concerned, seeing our political evolution, the person, we may not worship him like they do, but I'm saying that is the same awe I have for Awo without having to have a shrine. I have that same kind. That's the point I'm even trying to make.
has turned into worship. Temples have been built in the late Generalissimo's name.
Anybody who claims to be from an ancient culture and tells you this is not what your Bible do is a person who doesn't understand what Asian culture is. He was eventually buried, not in. It took a while, but eventually they buried him. The point is, this is how heroes are made. Orishas. If you really want to reclaim, me, I reclaim for my family. I don't have power. I don't have strength to fight. If you want to reclaim the Orishas, you have to understand the concept of heroism. That's literally what they were. Awo is a hero. And this is not to compare him at the same level. I'm just saying, and by the way, since Odudua, there's no person that you can say galvanize the entire Yoruba nation, Yoruba people together. After Odudua, the next person is Awo. Because it's so close to us, it passed in 87. So for us, it's just our father. But wait till another 100 years. And the reason I don't think people should be worshiping him like this, you know why? It's better to sit down and learn his ideology and replicate his ideology than to worship. So you see him specifically as a hero, not as deity. And if we keep talking about him as a hero, then the future generation will not worship him. But if we talk about him as a deity, the future generation will definitely worship him. It's how these things work. Oh, Awolowo, Baba Layinka, about his ideology. Don't teach people anything about him. Don't have conversations about his work. Don't build on the foundation he has laid. Just talk about him with this nostalgia, a nostalgic feeling. Very soon, people begin to worship him or venerate, whichever English you want to use. That's the stuff. That's what turns heroes into deities. You can disagree. I decided to play this video. I think it's a very good example. How come you don't have this thing for Deng Xiaoping or Chairman Mao in China? Especially for Deng Xiaoping, with all they did. Because the conversation they have about Deng Xiaoping is about ideology, not about what's the word I'm looking for? Salvation. Think about it. General Chang saved 1 million people. Deng Xiaoping actually changed hundreds of millions of people's lives in China. So it's even more than what the general did. But his own idea was the difference is that for him it was ideological. It was something you can test, you can replicate. You see it, you can see the progression of it. You see how he worked with Lee Kuan Yew, how he changed the ideology of China, with the policies that they brought. You see the evolution of China, and they're like, okay, we learn from this. These ones, they're not trying to learn anything from the general. They're just trying to, they just long for this great man they heard about. And the problem with that is that if you do that, then you lose everything you can learn from that man. And now to answer the question that the person asked, our fathers worship the elements, and every Asian culture has the same thing in terms of worshiping elements. If you wake up in the morning and you are surrounded by mountains, something will tell you that skinny, even if you have the concept of God, that this thing that is there must be something about it. Or you see the sea. I mean, I don't know about you, but going to the beach and just seeing how endless that thing, you can't even see the horizon, just so far, like, I mean, I'm thinking straight to God. Some people will just look at that thing itself and say, kini yi tó ní agbára tó báyìí, kíjì gbéyàn báyìí sìn, agbára yẹn lè jẹ́ káwọn máa pé àwọn fẹ́ bọ́. So our fathers worship the earth, they worship hills, they worshipped rivers, and they worshipped fire or thunder. Okay, they worship those things. That's where they all started from. So when you ask, like, what did Ogun worship? He must have worshipped all those. And those are, and of course, there's also the part of the Romale, but you see things that are beyond you. And I don't know about you, but there's something that you will see that a Roma by Wogon. I don't know about you. I don't know if you see some bodies of water and like, no. Because no matter how powerful you are, if you get lost in water, you're done for. That thing sometimes it can make people feel that awe. And this is not a jab. This is not to say it's wrong. I'm telling you, it's a natural reaction to something that is bigger than you. The mountains are bigger than you. You don't know how they laid the foundation. You just saw it grew out. It's as if it grew out of the earth and it's just so huge. How did this thing get here? You see the river. If you put your two legs, how? Because you don't have the answers to those questions, most likely you are going to worship those things. And that's the reaction of man to what he cannot understand or explain. And when I say man, it's man. It's not just about Yoruba, it's man. Men tend to worship what they cannot explain. But of course, as they go on, some say it's more than awe in Iseshe, though they venerated primordial energies and utilized them, not just in Ulster. I mentioned about 5 things. You made it seem as if I mentioned only awe. I mentioned about 5 things. Just because I'm not using a new age, and maybe the word you're waiting for me to use is that they can channel the energy of those things, which is what they did. But I'm not trying to spiritualize this conversation. I'm trying to use words that all of us can relate with, regardless of our, this is not a religious class, regardless of our religious affiliation. And a Christian would understand, a Muslim would understand where they're coming from. So they're not saying that, abogi, bokwe, it's not about that. It's really about, in the beginning, it's really about something you cannot explain and you worship or venerate. Of course, they also were able to channel the energy, and that's the spiritual aspect of it, which of course what worship becomes at the end of the day. And that's why you begin to have, once you are able to channel such energies, very soon you begin to create orders in terms of religious orders. And that's why when people say things like your Bible did not have religion before the Oyinbos came, for me, I think they don't know that what they are saying is an insult to our ancestors. What's religion? Is a way of systematizing, or is a systematic way of worshiping whatever thing you believe in. That's what religion is at the core of it. To say that we have no religion is to say that we are not systematic enough, or we don't have the concept of organizing stuff, which is a lie, because we have liturgy for every Orisha. We have priesthood for every Orisha. We have rituals for every Orisha, and the rituals for this one and the liturgy and the priesthood is different from one to the other. That takes a lot of work. That is systematization of the structure. What's the word now? Of the activities, right, that are embedded in the veneration or worship of that particular deity or thing or being or Iromale. So we had religion, right? They had spirituality. They created religion, created a structure around their belief system, and they kept building it. So they worshipped the elements or nature. I hope I answered that question. Also, some of them eventually had certain elements or date or Iromole as it were named for them. So you can have a situation where the so-called Orisha is so grand that you don't even just call him an Orisha. You begin to I'm sure you know what I mean. I hope I answer that question. Okay. Someone says my mother's grandfather was from Ileoluokun in Ibadan. My father's grandfather was from a town called Ajasepo in present-day Kwara State. They were warriors in the Ekiti Parappa War and they settled there. White Kubu says Bishop Ajayi Crowther's mom was Alaafin Abiodun's daughter's daughter. That makes him descended from Ogun, Oromiyan, and Shango. Yes. All right. We're supposed to be talking about Guinea. We just went straight to be asking questions about Jesus the Lord. I think we have even done enough, to be honest. I was going to be explaining all this thing about Lakpeni and Samu and Akiniku and what they represented in theater and how. Oh no, let me just. I think our topic has changed. Our topic has changed, but it's fine. I mean, it's nice. I just think that, to be honest, Yoruba people, we need to recapture the essence of our heroes. And that's the way we can appreciate them regardless of our religious affiliation. That's the only way. Anything else, everybody just say, fellow bucket, but if you understand the fact that I remember telling someone, I said that this thing where people talk about Juju, I just mention these names and say it as though they are abstract, and then they just mention their stories. It's because they don't have the understanding that there are people living today who descended from these humans, and that their story, once you change Oduduwa's story, you have also changed their own stories. They don't really get it. So we have to recapture the fact that in content initially to feed Dubai, in content initially to Dubai, I want to move be. Let's use the word "sin." Be born actively. It's their right to do so. They're Yoruba people. They have a right to. Even if you're not Yoruba person, you have a right to do whatever you want to do. But kilo so wapo pẹ̀lú ẹni is actually in tó ṣe, not in tó di. In tó di in terms of, Orisha and everything is important, but in tó ṣe ló sọ down tó di. At least that's what Ifa says. So if you look at it from, say, for instance, I was talking about Shango the other time about theater. If a theater person acknowledges Shango, based on the fact that Egungun was introduced through him, right? And by the way, Egungun is not local, it's not native to Yoruba land, just to be clear. It's also imported. For those who don't like foreign things, they imported it. So, but the way things have evolved from ancestor worship into the things surrounding the rituals, where you now have the dances and the performances and everything. After a while, then I extracted that one and started doing that one alone, where you now began to have the alarin, the elegun, tomalo from place to place. There's a name they call them. Let me see if I can find it. Elegun akpidan, the oje, elegun. Those are. It's not every egun that is spiritual. We have to recapture this thing as Yoruba people. Even if you're a Christian or Muslim, it's not every egun that is ogun, like spiritual. Some of them are just egun alare. I'm not saying there are no ones that are kinyo, but they are egun alare. They are egun akpidan. Toma jego. Toma fogo. Toma je. I don't know if you've seen it before. It's just like what you would have, right, with a magic show. We also have these things. It's not everything we have to mystify. I'm not saying there are no spiritual things, so I'm just saying that some of these things, if you join them, they explain to you how they do it. It's like, when you used to watch Professor Pella growing up. I don't know if you watched Professor Pella growing up. They'll tell you that, what's gay away meji. She come about gay lady consumeji. What's gay away meji. Then I think later I became what's the name of this fine auntie? It's a sister to the senator. She used to act a lot. I can see her face, but I can't remember her name. God bless you, daughter, Nike Pella. Later I became Nike Pella, I think, and her brother. I gave one semeji. Thomas of him pay a minofin shaking pay spiritual king. We will believe now. Is there anything spiritual about it? Maybe. But what they are doing is actually entertainment. That's the same way we also have it. We have to see, the day you start reading this thing and begin to realize that we are not primitive. We did spiritual things, but we also did entertaining things. And it's just like a Christian can come and do the entertaining thing. A Muslim can do it. A secular person can, an atheist can do it. A traditional worshipper can. That one, everybody just does it. Yes, more like trick. Yes. Then they call it on jego, jade. They have something they use. There's a way. It's like the other day when somebody was interviewing Babeda and asking him about Babajula Depo. They traveled a lot, went to Germany, had stage productions of Bakoso, and that Oyinbo was trying to know exactly how the fire was coming out. And then till today, Koloma. As far as I'm concerned, I think it's straight secret. But to be honest, if it's this is where we also make the mistake in Yoruba land. It's not a mistake, to be honest. In a way, it's a mistake. It's not a mistake. What I mean by that is that they will teach the next, like apprentice, that trade secret, and then it gets democratized, so that they get to share it. We tend to hoard stuff. And once you hoard a thing over and over again, it becomes mystified. That's the issue. But it's not like they don't share at all, but we hoard it. And I think, and it's true. Anybody I get it. But I also think that if you hoard it too much, people now begin to see it as divine, which is cool, but which now apparently just, they actually wanted to mystify it at that time. Yes, so to the audience, it should always be mystified. The audience is like, no, on Shogun. It's okay, the audience always thinks that, you know why? That's actually what will make them come and watch the show again next week, and next year, and next month. So they should always be like, they'll be wowed. But people inside, and then the funny thing about Europe is that some of those things concept, they have now so demystified it that even when you know what they are doing, you still want to watch them do it. But I think that's the European mindset. It's not our mindset, but it's something we should learn. We hoard things to protect them, but sometimes we also turn them into something else. And to be fair, the reason we also do those things is because you have to remember that back in the day, if anybody stole your stuff, how do you prove it? You know, I want to mention theater Larinjo. They used to say that back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, not say, even into the 70s, when they were still doing a lot of stage productions, if they see a person from another theater troupe, they will stop all the rehearsals because of the copy one. What they did back in the day was to have intellectual property, so they will mystify it, they will wrap it up with sometimes with things that have nothing to do with what they're talking about, but they have to do that to protect it. You know, but we're in the 21st century now. We have to find another way. Copyright, thank you. So that's their own trade secret. They have IPs. And let me tell you, the primary thing they used to protect the IPs back in the day is a very simple thing. Myth. Myth. They'll create a myth around that thing. That myth becomes the patent, so to speak. They are protecting the intellectual property. But here's our problem in Yoruba land. And we should understand this. This is all of us. This is not about essay. They are protecting intellectual. I did a show on this. I call it Ife and intellectual property. I was talking about what Ife people had to do to protect the beads that they were creating in Ife at the time. They created a myth around it and said, so when they asked them, where are you getting it from? Now, never mind that there is a huge industrial complex in Ife. It's still there till today. Dr. Babalola just finished doing a project on that particular place, and he got $300,000 earlier this year for that project. There's a huge hundreds of acres in the industrial complex where they actually create the glass beads. You find snail ash they use, you find the kind of sand they use. Everything is localized in that. It's still there today. Of course, that's what they call Igbolokun. Now, that place is where they produce it. But when people ask them where they get it from, if I would tell them that it is Imi Oshumare, I'll have a full session on this thing sometime. They will say that it is the droppings of the rainbow. In other words, the excreta, Igbe, Imi Oshumare, the rainbow, is what you see that's the glass beads. Are they lying? No. They are creating a myth around a product. Because if you say, Ibe Latin say, that means everybody down knows. Everybody can just go down and go and see what they're doing. But if you create something around it, what's a patent in here? But here's the problem. If you believe that thing to be real to the point where you are now told that there is an industrial park in Ife, and you say it's a lie, you want to get here. And for a lot of us want to get to her. So there's an industrial complex. You can see the crucible. You can see this. You can see that. I said, "No, possible, cause possible." And by the way, I have documents on the Golokun. When we want to have that session, I'm going to bring them out so that we can all share and all look at it. You understand that there's a real place that thing is produced, but you also understand why they have to create that story, and that story protects what they're doing. The problem is that sometimes we don't move beyond that story. So you hear Olokun, you don't think of the woman, you don't think of business acumen. All you think about is Omabo. It's okay that you want to bow, but that's only a fraction of actually what she represents. In other words, when you think of her, what should really come to you is businesswoman, Madeshi, like Folorun Lakija. That's, and I'm not reducing the spiritual aspect. I'm just trying to explain from a Yoruba, like regardless of religion perspective. By the way, Folorun Lakija, they just put up Modukwe and Folorun Lakija hospital in Oshogbo. Fantastic place. Maybe I'll read about it maybe later on, but fantastic. The kind of thing they put in that place. You know, hundreds of hospital beds. Just amazing stuff. And by the way, that's also the spirit. That's also the Yoruba spirit. She's not from Oshogbo. She's from Ogun State. The husband is from Lagos State, but we're all Yoruba. It's like you think of Modukwe Lakija as a woman or as a person. You want to get into business, and you're like, Omafiti Toro. Omafiti Toro. That also says the veneration tree is also part of keeping it intact. It is. But what the veneration actually does, how do I say it without going deep? What the veneration actually does is to channel something. I don't want to go into it. So, for instance, if I venerate Ogun, like channeling something. If you work with iron, and you know that the patron saint, I'm using the word because English and low. By the way, patron saint is equivalent of Orisha. The patron saint, in a way, we can channel. What's ye now? What's ye? What's ye? What's ye? You can channel that energy. There's a way that thing. I'm sure Daughter understands. Anyway, someone says I thought Olokun was Senade, the king of Moba. That's also today's topic. But the Olokun from Ife is actually the wife, is a woman. And history will even tell you is the wife of Zudua. Ancient Moba is in Lekki. I know Ancient Moba is in Lagos, but we'll talk about that some other time. The point is also, eventually, and let me end by saying this, eventually, those personages, they think I will become more than them, that people now talk about them not as individuals anymore. That's the word I'm looking for. Great. They create anthropomorphic views or anthropomorphic identities for the spirit or for the energy and not necessarily the individual. That's my way to answer you, White Kubo. So it could be model or anything. Let's just use energy. Energies have no genders. So you could have a situation where, by the way, if you go to some parts of Igbesa, there's an Odua that is seen as female. The parts of Yoruba land, they see Olokun as male. The truth is, how did we get here? The truth is that it gets to a point in people's understanding of the spiritual where it would not matter whatever it is, wherever it started, where what you're actually interested in is the energy itself, and you can decide to represent it however you want it. It's called anthropomorphism. So it can be female, it can be male, it can be anything. But for you, what you're really after is the energy. Where did we stop? I don't even know if we started anything today in this book, but I was reading what happened in Katunga. Let's just leave this one. I think we'll talk about this some other time. The conversation has moved. I was going to go from what I wanted to do today really was to go from the evolution of theater from the traditional guys with the Egun Alare Joe into the cultural nationalist phase, which began in the 1860s by Yoruba Christians, and how that actually birthed the modern theater. So what I said that somebody was insulting me about on social media was that modern Nigerian theater that the Yoruba people brought actually began in the church. And the person was like, no, it's possible. Christian. People see things from religious perspective, and that's their problem. Modern Nigerian theater began in church. The traditional aspect of what we do began with Egungun. Those two things are right. So which book is this? The book is called A History of Theater in Africa by Martin Barnham. But the chapter I'm reading has to do with Nigeria. So those two things. So if I say Egungun led to Alarinjo, right, and then you had the Egun Alare, you had the Egun Tonpidon. I really want to read it today, but time's a lot. And then that became the basis for the Alarinjo, but that by the 1800s, by the 1860s, after the old issue that happened with Ajayi Crowther, and when people began to push back, with the change also that the European churches were making by, reinterpreting scriptures to make Yoruba or African people look lower than them, and the Yoruba people started to push back, they also began to, recapture their cultural identity while they didn't jettison Christianity. So they were Christians, but they were Yoruba. And that thing in them made them rediscover many things, including Ifa. And that's why I noticed that the first set of books that were written about Ifa were written by Christian priests. All of them. And they didn't write from a Christian perspective. It's the one by EMD Jadu. I can't stand up again. I wanted to go and bring it, but another day. The point is, Islam lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Kọ́tà bàbá yẹn ṣe ni pé, àwọn sọ pé, I'm going to be a Christian. And sincerely, if you study the depths of Christianity, it's beautiful. But there are certain things in our culture that we have to recapture, and that's what they did. And going back to the theater thing, they began to have stage productions. Let me just read some of those things because of time. Let me first read the other one. It says, oh, really, Adalto? Interesting. It says, the dominant informing aesthetic of Nigerian traditional theater, long established in the pre-literate, pre-colonial indigenous tradition, and one which summarizes the basic taxonomic propositions in modern scholarship of Nigerian theater, is the concept of total theater. Okay, so takes us back to what we were saying earlier about Egun Akpidan, the Oje, and that was what led to and of course the Ologbojo that I mentioned earlier, because he had a son who had a very funny look. So they had to create a mask for that child, and the child began to perform. And also that led to the founding of Alajunjo. And then his family began to concentrate on that thing, just like you have the Ayan. So you have this Ologbojo family, they just do theater. When I say theater, I'm saying that my big I don't want to read the way they wrote that thing. Yeah, but Olugbere Agan. Okay. Social media can be crazy. All the losing and people like this, because social media is people are not very so I'm not going to go into what was specifically wrong with him, but they had to create a wooden face mask for him, and then he began to act. So they will move from place to place, and then that lineage, just like Ayan plays drum, the lineage of Ologbojo would be carrying that thing around as Alarinjo. And then later on, other people started coming up, like the Ayela Bola, Agbegijo, Ajangila, Ajofebo. Interestingly, about the thing about the Ajofebo, for instance, Ajofebo were the ones that danced when Clapperton and Landa visited Oyo in 1826. So they began their own troupe as well, because Onjofun Eyibo, Ajofebo. That was in 1826. I want to rush because of what I want to really talk about. We're already talking about it anyway. So all of that is from the Alarinjo for the Yoruba people specifically. Let me go to the second phase. Cultural nationalism emerged with the resistance to the performance modes of the European churches, whose firm ideological utilitarian purpose was to use the theater, in this case European concerts and Christian cantatas, as an entertainment medium to humanize and Christianize the educated native elite. This was achieved through the rejection of African cultural mores, values, and beliefs, including every form of entertainment. British colonialism and the Church Missionary Society introduced a policy of producing an elite class of leaders for the church and for the social and commercial scenes. The first batch of leaders was drawn essentially from the settler population and comprised the offspring of repatriated slaves, immigrants from the freed slave colony of Sierra Leone. Excuse me. The first batch of leaders, we already talked about this, how returnees were the ones who actually helped in establishing Christianity in Yoruba land, particularly those from Sierra Leone that we all call Saros. But later on, of course, we said some other people also came from Cuba and Brazil. We call those ones Aguda, okay, or Amaro. So it says here, the first batch of leaders was drawn essentially from the settler population and comprised the offspring of repatriated slaves, immigrants from the freed slave colony of Sierra Leone, later to be joined by Brazilian immigrants. They had received Western education, and thus the majority of them uncritically absorbed the paternalistic notion of the inviolability of the tenets and models of Western culture and civilization as represented by Christianity. They were in the memory words of E.A. Ayodele. This is the book I want us to read next. I like that, man. They were in the memorable words of E.A. Ayodele, quote unquote, mentally, religiously, and culturally part of the British Empire, as they had all originated as they had all originally accepted without questioning the Western version of Christianity, had adopted European names in favor of African ones and donned European dress. Thus, the CMS, Wesleyans, Baptists, the Catholic Mission, and the Methodist Missionary Society equated Western civilization with Christianity and morality. I'll say that again. They equated Western civilization with Christianity and morality with spirituality according to Christian tenets, all of which formed the project of the educational program of the emergent African elite. On 24 October 1866, the first concert program was organized by members of a social and cultural center for public enlightenment, dedicated to the promotion of the arts, science, and culture. The academy, whose object was to modernize Lagos society. The concert was organized under the patronage of influential Lagos elite Bishop Samuel Ajayi Crowther, JPL Davis, that's the husband, that's the man who married Ano Bonetta, Sarah Ano Bonetta, Queen Victoria's goddaughter. That's Labulo. JPL Davis, J.A. Otumba Payne, wrote a book that we used the other day. Charles Forsyth, Emma Loro, all those Oyinbo sounding names, they are all Yoruba men. Samuel Ajayi Crowther, JPL Davis, J.A. Otumba Payne, Charles Forsyth, Robert Campbell, and others, all Yoruba. The model of the concert was European, and the audience was drawn significantly from the emigrant elite community of Sierra Leoneans, Brazilians, Europeans, and a minority unlettered indigenous Lagosians. Other concerts mounted by various other groups are modeled after the Victorian Music Hall of songs, reviews, sketches, recitations, and glees, followed in rapid succession. I'm going somewhere with all this, Turinchi. One outcome of this largely mission-owned concerts and musicals was the unwitting development of a cultural nationalist program by the emerging black elite in Lagos. In the last decades of the 19th century and the first decades of the 20th century, the proliferation of groups and the organization of concerts led to a rivalry among the various groups and church missions, since the concerts were central to both the doctrinal and convert-seeking aspirations of the churches. To win converts, each group started pandering to the traditional theatrical taste of the public. The Protestant Mission of West Africa actively encouraged the inclusion of items of West African life, indigenous songs and language, drums and gongs, native dances and gestures, and experimentation with the indigenous materials. Other missions found this, according to Lagos Observer, a detestable exhibition of low forms of heathenism, and thus sermonized against them. As Bileka observed, the conscious infusion of indigenous materials from the Ogboni cult by the secessionist churches. Who are the secessionist churches? The United Native Church, the African Church. African Church was established in 1902, Lagos Island. United Native Church was established in the 1800s after the whole issue with long and short, Europeans thought they were superior to Africans, and the Africans pushed back. We read it in the other book the other day, okay? Just 8:33, Bao. Oh boy, this thing is long. Let's read a few more things. So, as Bileka observed, the conscious infusion of indigenous materials from the Ogboni cult by the secessionist churches, especially the performances by the Ake Church Choir of the Ake Mission, amounted to a, quote, belligerent brand of cultural nationalism which encouraged native drama and gave it a purposeful sense of direction. Such was the seriousness of the indigenization performance program of the Ake School of Entertainment in 1894 that a critical observer noted that the drama showed the real state of the town at present, and one would fancy himself as if he really were in a true Ogboni assembly. This growing cultural nationalism found a more vigorous expression with the emergence of the small, well-educated and cultural elite after the establishment of indigenous churches, starting with the successful breakaway of the native Baptist church from its parent body in Europe in 1888. The new churches promoted the culture of the African race. The Brazilian Dramatic Company, with members of Lagos elite such as Herbert Macaulay, also took an active and acknowledged role in the growth of the entertainment industry at this stage. In 1889, school teachers from various denominations held meetings demanding the development of Yoruba literature in standard Yoruba orthography. the shedding of European garments in Lagos, and the adoption of native costumes, even as they furthered the cause of Christianity and Western education. They gently criticized the habit of the uncritical imitation of Western values and codes, and I'll tell that again. They gently criticized the habit of the uncritical imitation of Western values and codes, and advocated the essence of indigenous modes of thought and conduct. This immediately raised the question of self-reliance, the provision of public staging arenas where indigenous performances could take place without hindrance or foreign censure. Unfortunately, for decades, this demand for community performance structures remained unheeded as the government evaded the expressed need to provide for the cultural and intellectual requisites of Lagos. We're going to come back to this thing. We can't do everything today. I'm just going to jump to some things. The demise of colonial theater and the emergence of the Renaissance, otherwise described as native Nigerian drama, coincided with the intensification of racial discrimination in the breadfruit CMS Church in Lagos, and the eventual secessionist movement resulting from the combative brand of cultural nationalism among African elite Christians. The direct outcome of this radical development was the establishment of the Bethel African Church in 1901. Did I say 01 or 02 earlier? It's 1901. Secessionist churches, and more pertinently, the Abeokuta Mission, which actively encouraged the syncretic dimension of the theater, gave form and purpose to the rise of the native drama tradition in Nigeria. They also, in a significant way, began the active cultivation of an indigenous theater audience as they mobilized Muslims and practitioners of African religion to find meaning, purpose, and educational value in a brand of concerts that were heavily indigenized. They were Christians, but they were Yoruba, and they were staging plays that everybody would be able to watch, and not just things that only Europeans or Christians would watch. I'm going to jump because of time. From 1894, okay, let me just go back just a bit. This awareness followed by a proliferation of secessionist churches in Lagos, numbering some 14 by 1917, emboldened the growth of an authentic, firmly rooted Yoruba native drama in the early decades of the 20th century. African songs, chants, dance, and music became regular service components of the Protestant churches. This is arguably the beginning of the syncretic theater aesthetic that has characterized not only the popular Yoruba theater tradition of the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, but also the succeeding literary theater of contemporary Nigeria, largely established by Wole Soyinka, J.P. Clark, and later Olarotimi, Kwale Ogunyemi, and the subsequent second generation Nigerian dramatists of the emergent radical tradition. From 1894, when the Egbe Ife drama group produced King Elejibo and Prince Abeje of Kotangora, written by D.A. Oloyede, one of the first examples of truly Nigerian drama, native drama gained an appreciable foothold. The production was sponsored by the Bethel African Church and first performed at the church schoolroom before receiving a more public staging at the newly opened Glover Memorial in 1904. The group went on to stage other plays such as The Jealous Queen of Oyo 1905 and Penelope 1908, all at the Glover Memorial Hall. These productions acquired the form and structure of contemporary well-made play, being divided into scenes and acts with themes derived from Yoruba folklore and oral narrative motifs. By 1912, the secularization of the theatrical entertainment in southern Nigeria was sufficiently advanced for the colonial government to gazette a quote-unquote Theater and Public Performance Regulations Ordinance, which required that performing groups obtain a license before going public. The climax of the achievement of popular native drama came in the 30s and 40s with productions of celebrated composers led by A.B. Davis, who was later joined by other skilled composers such as G.T. Oniwole, A.A. Layeni, and H.A. Olutoye. With the arrival of Chief Hubert Ogunde in 1944, with the richness and virtuosity of his stagecraft and the popularity, of his early plays such as The Garden of Eden and The Throne of God, indigenous drama generally referred to as Yoruba operatic traveling theatre, became a veritable and established theatre tradition in Nigeria. This was in spite of the ravaging impact of the First World War in the intervening years, which destabilized both fervor and the spirit of black cultural nationalism and essence. I think we should stop here. If you watch or you've heard, that, Gunde created Aye Chaisimi Aroquinte. I now think that, and then when you hear that his first plays were done in a church or in the church, you are losing your Yorubaness. And you are losing it to something else. It's all our own. Kò bá jẹ́ church, kò bá jẹ́ mọ́ṣáláṣí, kò bá jẹ́ traditional kini, it's the Yoruba. All right, I'm just going to read some comments and then we'll call it a day. It's been a long ride today. Today is Wednesday. Okay, so good. We'll be here tomorrow, Thursday. We're going to listen to something about Yoruba identity tomorrow. And then on Friday, we'll see whether we'll continue with the series or we'll do another Matters Arising. There's actually a video we're supposed to respond to. This Matters Arising, sincerely, just to respond to certain things rather than just have topics, because sometimes some things come up and I want to respond to them. And I said I want us to do Balogun Derinlo, and I also want us to read The Educated Elites in Nigerian Society by E.A. Ayodele. So maybe we'll read that one, then we'll come back to this one later. Because I have a question for you. Have you ever asked yourself this question? Who are the elites in Nigeria today? I see people who have degrees, some even who live abroad, and they're always talking about the Nigerian elite and how the elite must do something about the issues in Nigeria. Some of them have degrees like thermometers, PhDs. Some live abroad, and they're always asking that Nigerian elite has to do something about the issue in Nigeria. And I always wonder, who are the Nigerian elites? I think we should think about it. Let's read the book, The Educated Elites in the Nigerian Society. When we're done, we'll go to Balogun Aderinlo. Mass tuition says we are. I'd like to think so too. Most of the elites of the 19th century and 20th century did not even have as much education as most of us have now. But they had a duty, they had a sense of duty, right, that many of us don't have. May God help us. Say a person that has gone to school, spend years, and is always asking that the elite should do something about the problem of Nigeria. I'm like, So if you go to the village now, what do you think they'll tell you in the village? You are the one they will look up to now. Well, most of us don't go to villages, but even if you go to your hometowns, to be honest, we don't usually go to villages. You go to our hometowns. If you go to your hometown and you talk to them, they will look up to you because they expect that, what's it, Kawe? What's in share? I think Bawon can Joko. They'll be looking up to you. We are looking at some. We think politics is what makes you an elite. I don't. MK Niche says Busui is part of the elite. You too. I just read some things in the comment section. Baba Ezekiel Ogumola, the father of Pejo Ogumola, was a member of the choir in the Anglican church in my hometown of Okemesi, from where he delved into the theater in the real world in Oshogbo. Thank you very much, Mr. Olagunju Emmanuel. White Kobo says Clapperton attended theater plays in Oyo in 1826. He was given a part to play. They acted for him. Maybe they now included him in the show as well. It's possible. Well, thank you for that. Jesse says, I've been following your comment on YouTube. You are so vast in knowledge. It's highly commendable. Oh, we're talking to White Kubo. Yes, she's very vast. White Kubu says Igala is from the Nupe. I don't know. Someone says the Egungun of the Igbos are from the Igala. In some parts of Igbo land, like in Usuka, yes. Ayala Bola, yeah, Egungun was imported in Yoruba, and the Igbos have Egun that means it is true Igbos are related to the Nupe. No, it was Igala that introduced some of those things to the Igbos, or not Nupe. It was Igala. There's even a video I played once where a priest was talking about how the Igalas use the Egungun. Well, I'm using the word Egungun. They're just masquerades because they don't call it Egungun. They use masquerades as law enforcement agents. They collect taxes, ensure law and order in Igbo land. They colonize parts of Igbo land, by the way. So they introduce masquerades into those places. Why Kubo says, did Yoruba have long distance sea navigation before the whites came? I don't know. I don't know. They try to play dirty now, is playing their game. Okay, I think I've answered all your questions about these things. But thank you very much for the comments on YouTube. I really appreciate them. Omolara Ogundare said, Prof, you are one of the educated elites. Yes, and you too. Thank you, man. White Kubo says, Baba Salah started acting and singing in church in Elisha. Yes, then he was in Lagos, and then he went into music. A lot of people don't even, I think we know now, Sha, that Baba Salah actually started as a musician. He sang Juju. And one of his band boys was King Sunny Ade. And later on, King Sunny Ade started, singing when they're having shows. Sunny Ade would sing. That was even before Sunny Ade now, struck out on his own. Then later on, Baba Salah went into theater and finally into comedy. Someone says, of course, we have been in America before Columbus. Be careful with that book. Oh. I don't know if we did see navigation as Yoruba people. As blacks, I don't know yet. I'll research. If I find any answer to that, I will let you know. On that, I'll let you know. But that thing about Columbus, there's a book there. We were here before Columbus. That book messed me up. Only for us to not discover that the guy was just writing what he was thinking. It's that book, by the way. That book is why I tell people to be very, very careful when they read Black American historical books about Africa. Many of what they write, let me not say most, a lot of what they write is projection, is a desire for what they would have wanted, not necessarily what happened. So, White Kubo, I don't know. It's actually, what I know in history is Jukun, not Nupe. Igala are actually related to Jukuns, from my studies. I don't know about the Nupe thing, but I know that they are related to Jukuns. Maybe they're not related to Nupe too, I don't know, Shao, but I'm very sure of that Jukun bit. And then they have connection with Yoruba people. And that's why the language is heavily influenced by Yoruba language. Igala language is heavily influenced by Yoruba language. I don't know about the Nupe connection, but I know about the Jukun connection. But I'll search, I'll check. Then whatever I find, I'll let you know. What medium or language did our ancestors use to communicate with early white explorers? I don't know. It's actually sad to say I don't know. Mumbo. Let me see if I can find this. There's a document. Àti parí o 8:49 ní pẹ́ palẹ̀mọ́. There's a document here. Let's do like this. Let me use that. Let me have that as an assignment. This book, I have to study later. I have to study it to give you an answer. Let me not give you a wrong answer. But if they have interpreters, how do those interpreters move? I want to be specific to two books I'm going to check. I have a list. The book by Clapperton and the book by Lander, Richard and John Lander. I'll check those books, and then I'll let you know how. I'm sure they must have interpreters, but how do those interpreters learn? And I don't think they got them from. I don't know if they got them. The easiest answer. Let me tell you something. The easiest answer is that they got them from Sierra Leone, but I don't want to make things up. So I'll check. I'll check. I'll check and let you know. I'm looking at the stuff right now, but I can't be reading like right here. Must be traders or travelers in West Africa. That's also a very, 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 very good explanation. Thank you for that. That's a very good explanation. But I'll check. I'll notice. I'll check, and then I'll let you know when next we meet. But that's a very, 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 very plausible. It might even be more plausible than Sierra Leone. Traders or travelers. It's possible. Maybe they learn one language and they both spoke the language. But I'll check and then I'll be able to give you an exact answer. But thank you, OJ775. Very, very good explanation. But we'll find the one that we can quote stuff. When I say quote stuff, I mean quote the people that actually went there. All right. Okay, so it's been a nice time. A lovely session today. We shall be here tomorrow, Thursday, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Let me thank everybody who has been part of today's conversation. If you've liked, you've shared, you've power tabbed, all those things you've done, thank you very much for your support. On YouTube, on Facebook, and right here on TikTok. We didn't go on Twitter today, but we'll do that maybe tomorrow. But thank you very much. Tomorrow, I think, let's do Yoruba identity. I'm going to try to remember Yoruba identity tomorrow. We'll do what it means to be Yoruba. We've talked about it before, but we'll do it again tomorrow. And then on Friday, we will read the book by E.A. Ayodele. I'm going to still find a way to link it to the Evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land that we've been reading. But if you put everything together, we know how far, we have come in this journey. All right. I'm sure I can't bring anybody up now. It's 8:53. Abdurrahman, if you come up, we're going to speak for 30 minutes and I have to run. But thank you everybody for being here. I thank you for your support. If you'd like to support us, I don't want to put the account there now because it's already late. Or maybe when the anthem is playing. If you'd like to support us, please reach out to me on Telegram at Busui Oris, and your support will be highly appreciated. Thank you very much for the roses and the gifts I saw some earlier. By the way, again, I don't usually stop to thank everybody, but I really do appreciate it. The reason I don't stop is because of the flow. But thank you for your generosity. I really do appreciate it. God bless you richly. M. Bravo came today, and I'm thankful. If I had brought you up, there are some Muslim guys that were also in the comment section. They were also itching to come up, and then everything would have changed. That's why I didn't. But I'm glad you're here. But I'm really glad to see you. Thank you very much. So 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time tomorrow, we're gonna meet, and then we're gonna have another session, fantastic one, together. Do have a lovely evening. But before we go, we're gonna listen to our anthems, the Nigerian anthem, and also the Yoruba anthem. M. Bravo. Sometimes when people come, I just miss them. I remember when we did that Islam thing. But that time we're talking about Sharia. By the way, there's this thing about Sharia now in your state, about the Sharia panel. People are very angry. So they've brought Sharia panel to your state now. But Sharia panel has been around for a long time. What we are pushing against is Sharia court. Maybe we'll have that conversation again. They've had Sharia panels in different parts of Yoruba land for a bit. What we don't want is Sharia court. I will hope Lagba alone. we should not have that thing because it's, and you wonder the people that want this thing, what growth has it brought in any of these places? I don't think people really care about growth anyway. They just want devotion. Anyway, Nigerian anthem, enjoy. Thank you. You say Sharia panel is just the foreplay into Sharia court, sir. It could be. You are right. It could be. But I'm pay. What I'm going to do something now, pay freedom of religion. Kini gangba mi kama paro. O mari by. You have to intentionally decide not to. I know where you're going, but let's have the national anthem. Thank you, sir.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. Oh, all of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation when no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Nigeria may be blessed. Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wá, fún ilẹ̀-èdè wa. Tàgbéga, tàgbéga, tàgbéga fáyé rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti dẹrù làbọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ni ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ òdàdìgé bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀.
Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́, Nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́. Nǹkan tó bá dáwọ́lé àmàyọrísí rẹ̀ ni. Àlàáfíà yóò máa jọba ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. A ò ní rógun báńdíìtì, a ní rógun gbàǹgbà mi ọ̀gànjọ́. Àwọn adarí wa Ọlọ́run fún ọ ní ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye tó máa fi darí, máa fi túkọ̀ àti ilẹ̀ wa o, àti ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Ọlọ́run á ràn gbogbo wa lọ́wọ́. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. We'll be here tomorrow at 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. And then we will have a conversation on what makes a person Yoruba. That'll be tomorrow. See you then. Do have a lovely evening. May God bless you and yours. Odaro. Bye-bye. M. Bravo. Good to see you. As if I've not seen you in I think it's actually been a very, very long time. All right then. Odaro. Oh, I see. I see. Akusha.